Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. About 65% of our undergrads finish with no student debt. Each graduate is a success story, representing the best of what the CSU provides, a top-tier education and a promising path forward. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Our campuses consistently rank highly in national indexes for best value, educational quality, and social mobility. Our newest graduates will join 4 million plus alumni ready to power California's economy and fill critical areas such as teaching, health services, and engineering. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Commencement is the joyous culmination of an educational dream for students and all those who supported them. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU congratulates the class of 2026. More than 100,000 students received degrees from our universities this spring in fields ranging from cinematic arts to mechanical engineering. Offering degrees as diverse as our students, the CSU provides students of all ages and backgrounds with life-changing opportunities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. About 65% of our undergrads finish with no student debt. Each graduate is a success story, representing the best of what the CSU provides, a top-tier education and a promising path forward. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Our campuses consistently rank highly in national indexes for best value, educational quality, and social mobility. Our newest graduates will join 4 million plus alumni ready to power California's economy and fill critical areas such as teaching, health services, and engineering. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Commencement is the joyous culmination of an educational dream for students and all those who supported them. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU congratulates the class of 2026. More than 100,000 students received degrees from our universities this spring in fields ranging from cinematic arts to mechanical engineering. Offering degrees as diverse as our students, the CSU provides students of all ages and backgrounds with life-changing opportunities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. About 65% of our undergrads finish with no student debt. Each graduate is a success story, representing the best of what the CSU provides, a top-tier education and a promising path forward. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Our campuses consistently rank highly in national indexes for best value, educational quality, and social mobility. Our newest graduates will join 4 million plus alumni ready to power California's economy and fill critical areas such as teaching, health services, and engineering. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Commencement is the joyous culmination of an educational dream for students and all those who supported them. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU congratulates the class of 2026. More than 100,000 students received degrees from our universities this spring in fields ranging from cinematic arts to mechanical engineering. Offering degrees as diverse as our students, the CSU provides students of all ages and backgrounds with life-changing opportunities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. About 65% of our undergrads finish with no student debt. Each graduate is a success story, representing the best of what the CSU provides, a top-tier education and a promising path forward. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Our campuses consistently rank highly in national indexes for best value, educational quality, and social mobility. Our newest graduates will join 4 million plus alumni ready to power California's economy and fill critical areas such as teaching, health services, and engineering. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Commencement is the joyous culmination of an educational dream for students and all those who supported them. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU congratulates the class of 2026. More than 100,000 students received degrees from our universities this spring in fields ranging from cinematic arts to mechanical engineering. Offering degrees as diverse as our students, the CSU provides students of all ages and backgrounds with life-changing opportunities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. About 65% of our undergrads finish with no student debt. Each graduate is a success story, representing the best of what the CSU provides, a top-tier education and a promising path forward. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Our campuses consistently rank highly in national indexes for best value, educational quality, and social mobility. Our newest graduates will join 4 million plus alumni ready to power California's economy and fill critical areas such as teaching, health services, and engineering. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Commencement is the joyous culmination of an educational dream for students and all those who supported them. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU congratulates the class of 2026. More than 100,000 students received degrees from our universities this spring in fields ranging from cinematic arts to mechanical engineering. Offering degrees as diverse as our students, the CSU provides students of all ages and backgrounds with life-changing opportunities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. About 65% of our undergrads finish with no student debt. Each graduate is a success story, representing the best of what the CSU provides, a top-tier education and a promising path forward. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Our campuses consistently rank highly in national indexes for best value, educational quality, and social mobility. Our newest graduates will join 4 million plus alumni ready to power California's economy and fill critical areas such as teaching, health services, and engineering. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Commencement is the joyous culmination of an educational dream for students and all those who supported them. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU congratulates the class of 2026. More than 100,000 students received degrees from our universities this spring in fields ranging from cinematic arts to mechanical engineering. Offering degrees as diverse as our students, the CSU provides students of all ages and backgrounds with life-changing opportunities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. About 65% of our undergrads finish with no student debt. Each graduate is a success story, representing the best of what the CSU provides, a top-tier education and a promising path forward. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Our campuses consistently rank highly in national indexes for best value, educational quality, and social mobility. Our newest graduates will join 4 million plus alumni ready to power California's economy and fill critical areas such as teaching, health services, and engineering. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Commencement is the joyous culmination of an educational dream for students and all those who supported them. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU congratulates the class of 2026. More than 100,000 students received degrees from our universities this spring in fields ranging from cinematic arts to mechanical engineering. Offering degrees as diverse as our students, the CSU provides students of all ages and backgrounds with life-changing opportunities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. About 65% of our undergrads finish with no student debt. Each graduate is a success story, representing the best of what the CSU provides, a top-tier education and a promising path forward. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Our campuses consistently rank highly in national indexes for best value, educational quality, and social mobility. Our newest graduates will join 4 million plus alumni ready to power California's economy and fill critical areas such as teaching, health services, and engineering. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Commencement is the joyous culmination of an educational dream for students and all those who supported them. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU congratulates the class of 2026. More than 100,000 students received degrees from our universities this spring in fields ranging from cinematic arts to mechanical engineering. Offering degrees as diverse as our students, the CSU provides students of all ages and backgrounds with life-changing opportunities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. About 65% of our undergrads finish with no student debt. Each graduate is a success story, representing the best of what the CSU provides, a top-tier education and a promising path forward. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Our campuses consistently rank highly in national indexes for best value, educational quality, and social mobility. Our newest graduates will join 4 million plus alumni ready to power California's economy and fill critical areas such as teaching, health services, and engineering. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Commencement is the joyous culmination of an educational dream for students and all those who supported them. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU congratulates the class of 2026. More than 100,000 students received degrees from our universities this spring in fields ranging from cinematic arts to mechanical engineering. Offering degrees as diverse as our students, the CSU provides students of all ages and backgrounds with life-changing opportunities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. About 65% of our undergrads finish with no student debt. Each graduate is a success story, representing the best of what the CSU provides, a top-tier education and a promising path forward. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Our campuses consistently rank highly in national indexes for best value, educational quality, and social mobility. Our newest graduates will join 4 million plus alumni ready to power California's economy and fill critical areas such as teaching, health services, and engineering. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Commencement is the joyous culmination of an educational dream for students and all those who supported them. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU congratulates the class of 2026. More than 100,000 students received degrees from our universities this spring in fields ranging from cinematic arts to mechanical engineering. Offering degrees as diverse as our students, the CSU provides students of all ages and backgrounds with life-changing opportunities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. About 65% of our undergrads finish with no student debt. Each graduate is a success story, representing the best of what the CSU provides, a top-tier education and a promising path forward. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Our campuses consistently rank highly in national indexes for best value, educational quality, and social mobility. Our newest graduates will join 4 million plus alumni ready to power California's economy and fill critical areas such as teaching, health services, and engineering. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Commencement is the joyous culmination of an educational dream for students and all those who supported them. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU congratulates the class of 2026. More than 100,000 students received degrees from our universities this spring in fields ranging from cinematic arts to mechanical engineering. Offering degrees as diverse as our students, the CSU provides students of all ages and backgrounds with life-changing opportunities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. About 65% of our undergrads finish with no student debt. Each graduate is a success story, representing the best of what the CSU provides, a top-tier education and a promising path forward. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Our campuses consistently rank highly in national indexes for best value, educational quality, and social mobility. Our newest graduates will join 4 million-plus alumni ready to power California's economy and fill critical areas such as teaching, health services, and engineering. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Commencement is the joyous culmination of an educational dream for students and all those who supported them. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU congratulates the class of 2026. More than 100,000 students received degrees from our universities this spring in fields ranging from cinematic arts to mechanical engineering. Offering degrees as diverse as our students, the CSU provides students of all ages and backgrounds with life-changing opportunities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. About 65% of our undergrads finish with no student debt. Each graduate is a success story, representing the best of what the CSU provides, a top-tier education and a promising path forward. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Our campuses consistently rank highly in national indexes for best value, educational quality, and social mobility. Our newest graduates will join 4 million-plus alumni ready to power California's economy and fill critical areas such as teaching, health services, and engineering. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Commencement is the joyous culmination of an educational dream for students and all those who supported them. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU congratulates the class of 2026. More than 100,000 students received degrees from our universities this spring in fields ranging from cinematic arts to mechanical engineering. Offering degrees as diverse as our students, the CSU provides students of all ages and backgrounds with life-changing opportunities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. About 65% of our undergrads finish with no student debt. Each graduate is a success story, representing the best of what the CSU provides, a top-tier education and a promising path forward. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Our campuses consistently rank highly in national indexes for best value, educational quality, and social mobility. Our newest graduates will join 4 million-plus alumni ready to power California's economy and fill critical areas such as teaching, health services, and engineering. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Commencement is the joyous culmination of an educational dream for students and all those who supported them. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU congratulates the class of 2026. More than 100,000 students received degrees from our universities this spring in fields ranging from cinematic arts to mechanical engineering. Offering degrees as diverse as our students, the CSU provides students of all ages and backgrounds with life-changing opportunities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree from the CSU is one.
Good afternoon. At this time, the July 2026 meeting of the CSU Board of Trustees is called to order. Ms. Corral, could you please call the roll?
Trustee Adamson.
Here.
Chair Arambula.
Here.
Vice Chair Brar.
Here.
Trustee Clark.
Present.
Trustee Dermody. Trustee Evans. Here. Trustee Fajardo.
Present.
Trustee Fong.
Here.
Chancellor Garcia.
Here.
Trustee Ghilarducci.
Here.
Trustee Gilbert Lori. Trustee Hendrickson. Lieutenant Governor Kounalakis. Trustee Lopez. Here. Trustee Martinez.
Here.
Trustee McGrory. Trustee Nejabat. Governor Newsom. Speaker Rivas. Trustee Rodriguez.
Here.
Superintendent Thurmond. Chair Arambula, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Corral. For today's agenda, we will begin with a special presentation featuring an update on preparations for the 2028 Olympic and Paralympic Games. Following the presentation, we will move into public comment at 1:15. Chancellor Garcia, would you please introduce our special presentation?
Thank you, Chair Arambula. This past March, I had the rare opportunity to meet not one, but two true American heroes. The first, three-time Olympian Janet Evans, the first female American swimmer to win 4 Olympic gold medals, and a former world record holder across 3 different events. She currently serves as Chief Athletic Officer for LA28, organizers of the 2028 Olympic and Paralympic Games. The second, you wonder, it's Lieutenant General Reynold Hoover, LA's 28th Chief Executive Officer, who we will hear from momentarily. Mr. Hoover is a highly decorated U.S. Army and National Guard veteran and 3-star Lieutenant General who, before retiring in 2018, served as Deputy Commander of the entire U.S. Northern Command. For this service, he was awarded the Defense Distinguished Service Medal, the highest non-combat award and highest joint service distinction in the Department of Defense. His many military assignments included service in Operation Enduring Freedom and Operation Desert Storm, for which he was awarded a Bronze Star. Needless to say, meeting these two was a tremendous honor for me. And the topic of conversation was no less momentous, the return of the Olympic Games to Los Angeles for the 3rd time in 2028, and the economic, cultural, and societal benefits the biggest games in history will bring to the region. I assured them that the CSU and our regional campuses stand ready to serve as a partner and resource to LA28 to support the successful delivery of the Games, much as we did in 1984 when Los Angeles last hosted the Olympics. And we spoke of our shared priority to explore ways in which this partnership can bring opportunities to CSU students and enrich the communities that our universities serve. To that end, I have established a cross-functional team that is working with LA28 and our regional universities to help ensure a coordinated, mission-focused approach to our collaboration. This effort brings together expertise from business and finance, facilities and capital planning, risk management, information technology, academic affairs, strategic enrollment management, student success, human resources, communication, strategic engagement, and the Office of General Counsel. We are already beginning to see tangible results from this partnership. For example, LA28 has hosted career pathway events at several CSU universities, including CSU Dominguez Hills, Cal State Northridge, and Cal State Long Beach, with events at additional campuses anticipated. And I know that our team continues to actively and creatively explore opportunities, ranging from tracking student volunteer work for potential college credit for career-related experiences, to establishing functional area internship with capstone credit toward degree completion, organizing Olympic vendor internship fairs to establish pathways for student employment post-games, and hosting hospitality events to engage and recruit new CSU students. And as our coordination and planning continue, we look forward to identifying additional opportunities to help prepare our students for meaningful careers while building connection and points between LA28 and the extended communities we serve. As this collaborative work gains momentum, I am so pleased that Mr. Hoover has, despite his extraordinarily busy schedule, graciously agreed to join us this afternoon to provide an update on the games and their enormous scope and impact in our communities, across our nation, and around the globe. And after Mr. Hoover is finished, Vice Chancellor Greg Sachs and members of the Chancellor's Office Coordination Team will be available to answer any questions the board may have. So now, without further ado, it is my distinct pleasure to turn it over to our invited guest, Lieutenant General Reynold Hoover. General Hoover.
Chancellor Garcia, thank you for that introduction. I will note, maybe you left it off, maybe because it was just recently declassified, but I did once serve as the Easter Bunny on the South Lawn of the White House as well. So if my presentation gets a little boring, you can just imagine the Easter Bunny ears and we'll be good to go. So thank you so much for the time and that wonderful introduction. Thank you, Chair Arambula and Vice Chair Brar, for having me here today and giving me an opportunity to talk about something that is really an amazing opportunity for me personally, but also for LA, for the region, for the state of California, and the nation, to be able to show the world that we can bring together more than 200 countries, not in conflict, but in competition. And I think we've seen that over and over again as World Cup just concluded. And that is the power of sport, and that's what we want to bring. And thank you for the time allowing me to give you an overview of where we are with LA28 and the organizing of these games, which will be really just around the corner in 724 days, but who's counting? So my name is, next slide. My name is Reynold Hoover. I am the CEO of LA28. It is an honor and both a privilege to be able to lead an incredible team. When I arrived in June of 24, we had about 120 people. Today we have about 850. We'll be over 1,000 by the end of the year. By the time the games come, we'll be about 4,500 people full-time delivering the games, and that's not counting the volunteers, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. As you know, CSU plays a vital role not only in the communities around our games, but also as part of our games. We will be using CSU's facilities both for workforce housing, but also venues, competition venues, as well as training sites, and it is really an integral piece, and I hope to be able to show you some of the things that we're doing together. So next slide. We are a nonprofit. We were established in 2016 when we were awarded the bid, 2016, 2017. We have a $7.2 billion budget. that we raise from private funding. The United States is the only country that does not get direct funding for its athletes and supporting its athletes and Paralympic athletes, nor does the United States support the organizing committee, which is very different models than around the world. So when you saw Paris and the Summer Olympics in Paris in 2024, the French government provided much of the funding to organize those games. Milano Cortina, the Winter Games that just completed, the government of the Italian government provided much of the funding to support the games. In our case, we are strictly reliant on raising private funds. Our sources of revenue are basically commercial sponsorship. I'm proud to say that in December, we crossed over $2 billion in corporate contracted sponsorship for the Games. That's more than any Olympic organizing committee has done in the history of the Olympics. Our goal is 2.5, and we expect that we'll make that by the end of the year. Another significant piece of source of revenue for us is our ticket sales. We have basically 4 seasons worth of Dodger Stadium tickets to sell, just to put it into perspective, and I'll talk a little bit about ticketing later in my presentation. Another source of our funding comes from broadcast and media rights holders. We get some money from the International Olympic Committee, and then we get money from our revenue source from sale of our merchandise, hospitality, and licensing. And those are our main, really our only funding sources to be able to deliver games in a fiscally responsible way so that it is also safe and secure, and that the more than 15 million people that we expect to come to the area to experience these games and experience Southern California and the region can come, have a great time, and leave with lasting memories, just as people did in 1984, and I suspect just as they did in 1928 when they were here for our games. Next slide. So the city of Los Angeles is the host city, and we have an agreement with them and a host city contract in which the city of LA provides various services that we pay for, and partner with us as we go. But in many respects, we are the central convener for all of the various entities, whether it's state, local, or federal, dealing with the delivery of these games. And on top of that, there's a whole nother infrastructure of all of our venue cities, as well as the Olympic and Paralympic Committee, and all of the international sports federations, and all of the national governing bodies, and also the National Olympic Committees that are all part of the effort. When you see also up here national municipalities, that really represents something unique. So we will be the first Olympics in the United States that will carry our torch in all 50 states. Our torch relay will be 100 days long. It will start in April of 2028. It'll start on the East Coast, and it will finish up. We will light the cauldron in the Coliseum at the beginning of the games at 5 p.m. on the 14th of July of 2028. And we're really, really excited about that. And just another word about these games. This will be the biggest games in Olympic history. I just want to say that again. This will be the biggest games in Olympic history. And I do not believe that there will be a games bigger than this. There's no city and region in the world like LA and the LA County and LA, the region, that has the incredible infrastructure and has the ability to carry out an Olympic and Paralympic Games of this size and scale. And I think the IOC is realizing as well that the games in 2028 will be the high water mark for future games. You just can't do it to the size and scale and scope in any other place unless you're doing it here in LA. And so it is history making. And so when people come and work for us, I tell them all the time, what you're doing today is making history. And on your darkest day, when you're knee deep in it and you're in the fight and you're just thinking there's no way we're going to be able to do this, just pick your head up for a moment and look around and see the Olympic athletes that and Paralympic athletes that that Janet Evans has brought into our program. By the way, we have more Olympic and Paralympic athletes working in our headquarters than they do at the IOC. But look at those athletes and look at our incredible venues and realize that the decisions that they make today people will write books about them. And Harvard will do case studies about them, and universities will do research about the decisions that we made today. And there are very few people that have jobs today that can say that what they're doing really is making history and touching humankind. And again, I go back to just look at what World Cup did. It was amazing how it brought everyone together. And this is really a really special moment for us across the region to demonstrate at a time that we need it the most how important the Olympics really will be. And we look at ourselves as the convener of all of the enterprises that are involved in the delivery of that. Next slide, please. Just at a really high level, I just want to kind of show you a little bit, step back a little bit from just the hyper-local piece of the Olympics. There are two separate organizations, the International Olympic Committee, which is in Lausanne, Switzerland, and the International Paralympic Committee, which is in Bonn, Germany. And we work with both of them. Just on the Olympic side, we have 51 sports, and I think it's about 36 international federations. Those international federations are the ones that tell us what the field of play has to look like. They approve the field of play and the venues. They tell us what equipment has to be used, and are very much involved in the qualification of their athletes that are participating in their sport for the games. And so if you think of us as like the franchisee, basically building the infrastructure and all the things that go into putting the games on, we're doing it basically following both IOC rules and regulations and guidelines, as well as the international federations. I mentioned 206 countries that are part of the Olympics. Each one of those 206 countries have national Olympic committees, just like we have the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee in Colorado Springs. So we deal with all of those countries' national Olympic committees that bring their team to the games. Each of the sports that we have, of the 51 sports that will be part of the Olympics, each have national governing bodies in each of the 206 countries that are coming to the games. And those national governing bodies are the ones that pick their athletes or Paralympic athletes to represent their sport as part of their nation's Olympic team coming to the games. And we deal with all of those national governing bodies as well. And so it goes on and on. And then there are all the stakeholders, whether they're top sponsors from the IOC or domestic partnerships that we've brought into the equation. They have all responsibilities. There's the International Broadcast Service, which is the people that are going to be broadcasting the games. That's part of the Olympics, the Olympic Broadcast Service. And we have to deal with all of the media rights holders. So that at USC, we'll have the media village. In these games, and anyways, so you get kind of a flavor of this incredible infrastructure and architecture that we're dealing with. The chair and I and the chancellor were just talking beforehand, and I said, this really is a relationship game, more so than any other assignment that I've ever had in my career, even as the Easter Bunny on the White House lawn. It is really about relationships, because there are so many equities and so many interests and so many, in many ways it's almost like planning a wedding, where everybody's upset about how the napkins are being folded, or who's sitting next to who, or what the food is and whether it's going to be a buffet or seated, right? There's all this drama of who's sitting next to who. And then when the games happen or the wedding happens, everybody forgets, and it's just a wonderful event. And that's kind of the stage where we are in the wedding planning business right now, and the world is watching us. Go ahead, next slide. This gives you a little bit. I mentioned that it is the biggest games in Olympic history. We will have over 15,000 athletes and Paralympic athletes here. We added 5 new sports to the program on the Olympic side. So we added flag football, which is going to be amazing. The NFL players have committed to play in flag football. We added cricket. Softball will be in Oklahoma City. Squash will be on the set of Universal Studios, on the set of Back to the Future. In the shadow of the clock tower of the town square, and we added lacrosse. And on the Paralympic side, I'm proud to say this will be the largest Paralympic event in the history of the Paralympic movement. By the way, the Paralympics is the third largest sporting event in the world. And we're the first organizing committee to add a new para sport. We added paraclimbing to the schedule. We're really proud of that. And then just in terms of gender equity, so in Paris in 24 for the Summer Games, they reached just about a gender equity in number of male and female athletes. I'm proud to say that our games will be the first time in the history of the Olympic movement that there will be more women athletes competing than men. And I think that's really important because it is part of our legacy here in LA when it comes to the Olympics of really breaking the mold. So in 1932, it was the first time that women fully participated in the Olympics. In 1984, it was the number of firsts for women in Olympics. So who remembers Joan Benoit in the marathon? It was the first time women competed in the marathon in the Olympics. And so we're really, really proud about that as well. You can see the number of tickets sold. We have, but basically, let me put it in another context for you. For 30 days of the Olympics and Paralympics, from the 14th of July until the 27th of August, when we do the closing ceremonies for Paralympics, it is essentially the equivalent of putting on 7 Super Bowls a day for 30 days straight, simultaneously, across the region. So. Just to put it into perspective. Go ahead, next slide. One other piece here is UCLA, you can go to the next slide. UCLA will be the Olympic Village. So we will take over UCLA, and all of our athletes and Paralympic athletes will be housed there in UCLA. So we're excited about that. It's also the first time I think that all of the athletes and Paralympic athletes have essentially stayed in one village. So. A couple of notes on economic impact and sustainability. We are committed, by the way, the Southern California area governments in the fall released an economic study independent of us that said the economic impact from the games is about $17 billion just in the Southern California region. And we have a number of spending that we're going to do as part of the games, as in our spend plan and budget. So I mentioned our $7.2 billion budget. We are a no-build games, so we're not building any permanent infrastructure. But at the same time, we will have to do upgrades to all of the existing venues, and then we will build some temporary venues. It's like, for example, beach volleyball here in Long Beach, and the aquatic center here in Long Beach. So 90% of our budget will be spent in the last 12 to 18 months of the games, leading up to the games. And so if you ask me, like, what keeps me up at night, I spent 15 years as a bomb technician in the Army, so not much. But I have found lately that what keeps me up is that spend in that last 12 to 18 month sprint getting to the games, and the compressed schedules in which we have to be able to get in and build temporary venues where we're going. But on the economic side of it, we're committed to 75% local spend. And that is, when we talk about local, we mean not just LA and LA County, but the counties that surround LA County as well, because this really is a regional games and has regional impact. And within that, we've also committed to 25% of our direct addressable spend to 25% of our to small business. We're talking about small business and hyper-local businesses. And so we are making a great effort in working with the city of LA and the county as well to find opportunities for small businesses. I would say, to the extent you know of anybody that is interested in doing business with us, the first place they should go to is LA Ramp and sign up on Ramp. All of our acquisitions that are out for competitive bid are posted on Ramp. And in fact, if you go to the LA Ramp website now, they have on their landing page is our top 10 acquisitions that we're out. And we are actively out in market now. And we'll talk about local hire and workforce development in just another slide or two. On the youth sports side, LA 1984 did an incredible service to the community, leaving about $245 million surplus legacy, which is the LA 84 Foundation. And we decided, with the IOC's help, that we didn't want to wait until the games were over to leave our legacy as well. And so we committed in advance $160 million to a program called Play LA, so that every kid in LA can participate in sports for $10 or less, including kids with accessibility needs. And that's never been done before within the city. So far, we've given the city over $100 million of that 160. Last summer, Mayor Bass and I celebrated the millionth enrollment in the program. And if you don't think it's making an impact, let me tell you about Ariel Middleton. She joined the program and then went to Paris in the summer of 24 and silver medaled in para shot put. And I think she's 17 years old today. I think she's also the youngest Paralympic athlete to ever get a medal in the Paralympics. And she is the future, I think, of sport. She is the future of parasport. And, you know, she is a future leader. And that, to me, is the lasting legacy of our Play LA program. In terms of healthy environment, I'll just say here that we are committed to sustainability and sustainability impact, and how our footprint is imagined and seen across not only the region here, but through the world. We launched this year our sustainability champions, our LA28 Resilience Champions Fund. And we awarded our first grantees to local organizations that are giving back to the community in sustainable ways that are consistent with coastal waters and wildfire restoration and heat mitigation measures. And we have about $2 million that we've committed just to the Resilience Champions initiative, and we're really proud about that. Go ahead, next slide. A couple of programs, and Chancellor, you mentioned the Career Pathways program. This was a direct engagement with Cal State Long Beach. I think we have done a number of programs, as you pointed out, on the Career Pathways program. We anticipate doing more of those to give students the opportunity to see what's out there and find ways that we can engage them as part of our workforce as we get closer and closer to the games. And then, you know, we talked about earlier about finding ways that they could get credit, academic credit for participating in the program. If you can think of something to deliver the games, there is a skill that's needed. You know, everything from traffic control to cleaning and waste to just being a greeter at one of the venues to managing tickets to helping food and beverage service, logistics of all kinds, warehouse management, drivers, you name it, we need it. And so I think there are a number of opportunities through the Pathways program that CSU and all of its campuses can find ways to engage with us, so that your students can have an opportunity to be, again, as I say, be part of history. The LA Gold Academy is another program that we're really happy about and very proud of. We're doing it in coordination, again, with the IOC. This is an opportunity where we are developing cohorts designed around our workforce planning model, so that we will bring them in as a cohort, give them training and job skills that we absolutely need for our program. They graduate from the academy, and then we give them jobs. And our first pilot program will be run this summer. At the end of the summer, we'll run our first program, and then in 27 launch the Gold Academy. And here's another opportunity, I think, to partner with the CSU school system to be able to find pathways again for your students. And happy to come back with the folks on my team that are running the Gold program and the Gold Academy. And if I can't answer the question today, I got Eric Aldrich over here, he's the man that knows just about everything about the Olympics, and he's the guy that knows just about everyone in town, I've learned as well. So Eric can clean me up afterwards. Go ahead, next slide. A couple of updates. I mentioned the ticketing program. Our first drop was in April. We launched our ticket registration window for the first lottery in January. Within 4.5 hours, we were over 1 million people had signed up to register just interest in the program. By the time we went and opened the sale window, the lottery, the time slots for buying tickets, we had nearly 7 million people signed up from around the world for tickets. We sold over 4 million tickets in that first ticket drop from around the world. But more importantly, 75% of those tickets went to folks local here. And almost 90% of the tickets that were sold local were sold at $100 or less. People have kind of criticized us, I'll say, for our ticket prices, but what I'll say is we have tickets for everyone. Starting at $28 and going up from there. And if you'll remember my comment at the front end, I only have a few sources of revenue, and tickets is one of them. And so we believe that our tickets, including the fees, are priced to market and are consistent with other sporting events that you may attend. In fact, I would say that our ticket price, so of the 4.3 million tickets that we sold, the average price was about $220. I don't know that there's many professional sporting events that you can get into for that price. And so we're really proud of our ticket pricing. And I think the demand has shown that when you think about people who bought tickets, they bought tickets for an event that's 2 years out, that they don't even know who's playing yet, but they just want to be a part of the Olympics. I can't tell you how many people just today told me, I got tickets to swimming, I got tickets to, athletics, whatever. People bought, they don't even know who's playing. And they're still, and that to me is the power of the Olympics. Our second drop is coming up. It will start in August, 10 through 20. It'll be run the same way that we did it in the first drop. The registration ends tomorrow. Go to our website if you haven't registered yet. Here's what I'll say. If you don't get a ticket, don't worry. There are more tickets coming. For a variety of reasons, we're having to limit the tickets we can put on sale right now. But in 2027, tickets will be on sale. All the tickets we have will start going on. We'll start dropping more and more tickets. There won't be a lottery anymore. So tickets, there are plenty of tickets to come, but I will just say the response to that is amazing, and I'll just circle back to that in a minute. Our volunteer program. This is something that was really special to me. When I was in Paris, I saw it again in Milan, the power of the volunteers. They're the ones that really made the experience for strangers who are coming from out of town, making you feel at home. They were on every street corner. They were the first people you saw at the airport. They were at every metro stop. They were at every field of play. They were at every venue. They were always happy. They came from all over the world. And when I came back from Paris, I said, we need to capture that Olympic spirit here at home, and we need to give back to our community. And then the fires happened in January of 25, and I was more committed to launching our volunteer program early so that people saw that LA 28 was not just an organizing committee, that we were really truly part of this community, and that we were a civic organization as well. And so against the IOC's advice, we launched our program 18 months ahead of time. Within 24 hours, we had 70,000 people sign up. Today, that database is over 300,000 people. And we've activated those people around LA in about 30 different events already. Our first event was on the 5th of December at Venice Beach. The 5th of December was important because it was also International Volunteer Day, but Venice Beach was important to us because it was also the site of the first Olympic medal event. That will be women's triathlon on the morning of the 15th of July. And then in the afternoon, in athletics, in the Coliseum, will be the women's 100 meters. So if you're looking for good tickets, that's going to be, you'll probably want to get to the Coliseum and see that 100 meter. But that was really the beginning. Last week, we celebrated 2 years out from the Games. We also launched our Games Time volunteer program for the LA 28 volunteer crew. We're over 200,000 people from around the world that have signed up and said, we want to now be a part of the Games. So now, here's the point. We go back to the tickets. People bought tickets for an event that's 2 years out, and they don't even know who's playing. Over 4 million people. We broke all Olympic records. Over 300,000 people signed up to be a part of the program from around the world. And then look at World Cup. the tremendous success of World Cup. I think those three things combined are just foretelling how great our Olympics will be here in LA and what the potential is there. And I'm really, really proud of what my team has done, and both on the ticketing side, but on the volunteer side. I've already talked about the commercial side of this, so in the interest of time, I'll just go ahead and go to the next slide. This is a little bit by the numbers. I think I've talked about this quite a bit already. You can see we're 24 more events. Those are medal events than Paris was. And the athlete quota, as you can see, that we're just about 11,200 athletes who will be a part of the Olympic program. Next slide. And then a little over about 4,500 Paralympic athletes. As I mentioned, this will be the largest Paralympic event in the movement's history. Next slide. Gives you an idea of the footprint. It's actually just here in the LA region is about 5,000 square miles that we'll be covering from the valley all the way down to Trestles Beach, and then further east out toward Pomona and Santa Anita Park. I mentioned our torch relay, all 50 states. You'll see in the upper the box there in Oklahoma City, another Olympic partner with us. We will do canoe slalom as well as women's softball there. I don't know that I mentioned in my 5 sports that we're also baseball in Dodger Stadium, so sorry if I missed that one. And then you'll see the other states highlighted. The preliminary matches for football will be across the United States, New York, Columbus, Ohio, Nashville, Tennessee, St. Louis, Missouri, San Jose, San Diego, and the finals being in the Rose Bowl. So it's truly a nationwide effort. This is an opportunity, we think, that is the thread that will bind the nation to LA. The world will be watching, but at the same time, passing 100 cities where we'll do overnight stays across the country, more than 500 cities and towns around the country. It is an amazing event. I had the opportunity to carry the torch in Milan the day before opening ceremonies, and it is both heartwarming and life-changing. And I think we're going to see the same thing here in LA and across the United States. Next slide. This is the kind of the footprint for the Paralympic Games that we'll be hosting in the region, and really using, for the most part, all of the venues that we're already using for the Olympic athletes. Next slide. This program I want to just highlight here with the help of Assemblymember Fong. We have helped sponsor this student athlete program, which was allow for students who are part of a Team USA student athlete program can get in-state tuition. That program expires in 2032. This bill would extend it indefinitely. And I just want to point out that there are 3 students in the CSU system this academic year who are taking advantage of the current program, and we appreciate whatever support you can give us to help push this along and get this student athlete program done. Assemblymember Fong has been a great supporter. Janet Evans was the champion of this to do this for our athletes, and we really believe it's an important program. Next slide. Now, just to bring it back home, these are the 5 sports on the Olympic side that you'll see in the Carson zone, and mostly at Cal State Dominguez Hills. And then the 3 Paralympic sports as well. It is really one of the crown jewels of our games footprint, and we're really excited about the partnership. And Chancellor, I really sincerely appreciate all of the support that all of your campus presidents have given us, but especially your office, in moving this along so that we can really deliver an incredible games. And let me just go to the next slide, and I think that might be it. Never give the general a microphone because we generally won't shut up. So let me just stop there and say thank you again for your support.
Thank you so much to Lieutenant General Hoover for that exciting and informative presentation. We have just a couple of minutes. I don't know if there are any comments or questions from members of the board. Trustee Fong.
It's so wonderful, Lieutenant General, for you to do this presentation for us. I have to tell you that I bought tickets. I had day 2 of the lottery. I also signed up as a volunteer. And I attended the 1984 Olympics, so I have incredible memories of that, and that's the reason why I want to support LA 28. I'm thrilled that the CSU is a partner and to learn of the different programs that you have, especially the career pathways. I'm excited to learn today that CSU Dominguez Hills will actually have events. So for us with the CSU, it's all about our students. It's all about student success. So is there any type of programs that you can tell us about where our students can have paid internships, mentorships with some of the incredible people that you have working on your team? Can you enlighten us?
Yes, ma'am, and thank you for both your ticket purchase as well as signing up to be a volunteer. I should have mentioned that when we did our first event at Venice Beach, there was a woman there who was a volunteer in 1984, and I asked her if she still had her uniform, and she said she did, but it's in her closet, but it doesn't fit. And I said, well, that's okay, we'll have a new uniform for you. So, and the answer is yes, and it's part of the Pathways program that the Chancellor spoke about. It is something we're passionate about. We will find ways to bring in students across from across your campuses and internship programs and mentor programs and volunteer opportunities as well to be a part of, again, be a part of history. So I think more details to follow on that. And unless, Eric, if you've got anything, we're good. Yep. But there are certainly opportunities, and again, it's a program that we'd already started and we piloted here at Cal State Dominguez Hills, or Long Beach, sorry.
Great. Thank you so much again for the time today, for the work you're doing, and before that, for your service. Jack.
I just want to say on behalf of San Diego and San Diego State, we don't always get along with LA. We certainly don't like the Dodgers, but to include us in the soccer program and to be able to host 13 Olympic Games is a fantastic thing. So we really appreciate you reaching out and including us.
Thank you, sir. So in the football program schedule, again, when we talk about gender equity, we actually flipped the schedule. So historically in the Olympics, it's been 12 men's teams 12 women's teams competing and 16 men's teams. And so in our games, we've actually flipped the schedule. There'll be 16 women's teams competing and 12 men's teams competing in football. But we appreciate your support. And I will say, I'm not sure I should do it in public here, but I'm a lifelong Red Sox fan. So I say that.
Me too.
There you go. Thank you, sir.
That makes three of us. And with that, we're going to take a quick break. Thank you again for your time. We will reconvene at 1:16 as a board for public comment.
To mechanical engineering. Offering degrees as diverse as our students, the CSU provides students of all ages and backgrounds with life-changing opportunities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. About 65% of our undergrads finish with no student debt. Each graduate is a success story, representing the best of what the CSU provides, a top-tier education and a promising path forward. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Our campuses consistently rank highly in national indexes for best value, educational quality, and social mobility. Our newest graduates will join 4 million plus alumni ready to power California's economy and fill critical areas such as teaching, health services, and engineering. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Commencement is the joyous culmination of an educational dream for students and all those who supported them. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU congratulates the class of 2026. More than 100,000 students received degrees from our universities this spring in fields ranging from cinematic arts to mechanical engineering. Offering degrees as diverse as our students, the CSU provides students of all ages and backgrounds with life-changing opportunities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. About 65% of our undergrads finish with no student debt. Each graduate is a success story, representing the best of what the CSU provides, a top-tier education and a promising path forward. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Our campuses consistently rank highly in national indexes for best value, educational quality, and social mobility. Our newest graduates will join 4 million plus alumni ready to power California's economy and fill critical areas such as teaching, health services, and engineering. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Commencement is the joyous culmination of an educational dream for students and all those who supported them. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU congratulates the class of 2026. More than 100,000 students received degrees from our universities this spring in fields ranging from cinematic arts to mechanical engineering. Offering degrees as diverse as our students, the CSU provides students of all ages and backgrounds with life-changing opportunities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. About 65% of our undergrads finish with no student debt. Each graduate is a success story, representing the best of what the CSU provides, a top-tier education and a promising path forward. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Our campuses consistently rank highly in national indexes for best value, educational quality, and social mobility. Our newest graduates will join 4 million plus alumni ready to power California's economy.
We will now proceed with public comment. We invite public comment for all committees and plenaries now at the start of today's open session. The board welcomes public comment and appreciates all speakers who have taken the time to attend, both in person and virtually. During public comment, the board's responsibility is to listen thoughtfully and to give careful consideration to each speaker's remarks. Our role is not to respond directly or to engage in discussion during this portion of the meeting. For that reason, I ask that you not interpret our silence as indifference or inattention. In fact, the opposite is true. As the chair of this board, I can assure you that your voices are heard and that your perspectives and insights help shape our work here in this chamber and beyond. To allow the committees and the board to hear from as many speakers as possible within the time available, each speaker will have 1 minute for their comments. Please note that ceding, pooling, or yielding remaining time to other speakers will not be permitted. I also ask that all speakers please keep their remarks concise. And while the CSU upholds constitutional protections and views free expression and open discourse as essential hallmarks of higher education, we ask that all attendees conduct themselves in a respectful manner in a way that does not disrupt or infringe upon the free speech or safety of others, and that allows for the orderly conduct of this meeting. As a reminder, in addition to participating in the public comment session, any member of the public may also submit written remarks to be shared with the full board via email to trusteesoffice@calstate.edu. Additionally, CSU stakeholders may share their feedback with the other system-wide bodies represented at this meeting: the Cal State Student Association, the Statewide Academic Senate, and our Alumni Council. With that, I will now turn it over to Ms. Corral to call the speakers who have requested to provide public comment. Ms. Corral.
Thank you, Chair Rambula. Good afternoon, everyone. If you are in person to provide public comment, please step to the microphones on either side of the auditorium when you hear your name. If you're on Zoom, once you hear your name, please accept the unmute request to begin your comments. Please remember that each speaker will have 1 minute to share. If in person, a red light will show at the podium when 1 minute has passed. If virtual, a timer will be present on your screen. A reminder will be given at the 1 minute mark to please conclude your remarks before we proceed to the next speaker to allow for as many people as possible to provide their comments. Our first speakers will be Carlos Sanchez, Steve Phillips, and David Unger.
Good afternoon. My name is Carlos Sanchez. I am the supervising locksmith and chief steward at San Diego State University, where I have been employed for the last 32 years. I am a proud board member and member of the Teamsters 2010 Bargaining Committee. Ms. Garcia, your proposal is unacceptable. The final 2026-27 budget provides CSU with $509.6 million in new ongoing general fund support and $203 million in additional tuition revenue, including $179.4 million from the 6% tuition increases and $23.6 million from enrollment growth. You also receive relief through the $144 million loan deferral and will receive $252 million one-time back payment next year. CSU cannot stand before the legislature and the public asking for hundreds of millions of dollars to strengthen the university while telling the employees who make the university run that there's no money for real raises. Ms. Garcia, you identified faculty and staff as compensation as an essential priority. Your proposal denies the July 2025 raises, replaces permanent raises with one-time lump sum that is not base building, your salary structure adjustment, no salary structure adjustments, and it refuses retroactivity to offer an insulting 2% increase for this year. Enough is enough. Stop asking us to shoulder the burden while you celebrate new funding. Honor your budget, honor your stated priorities,
your comment.
And bring us proposals that include meaningful, permanent, retroactive salary increases. Our members have earned nothing less and will not accept anything less.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Phillips. I'm also part of the bargaining team for Teamsters. When it comes to paying your workers, your faculty and staff, your budget always seems to be in a crisis. But it's a crisis you have created. This crisis should be paid by those who caused it. But instead, the students and workers are the ones who suffer while you all benefit and the crisis continues. Any excuse of lack of enough funding falls on you, not the students, not the workers. If you can't figure out how to budget for the benefit of the students, which means funding the classroom, not the circus in front of me now, then I say we need to rid ourselves of the actual leeches that are sucking the system dry year after year. This is on you, not us. Chancellor, we are still waiting for your negotiating team to match what you've been saying in the public to save face after we went to Sacramento to get funding. Either you are misleading us, your team is misleading us, or both. Either way, there's a lot of misleadership going around, and it seems like a game to you, but it is our livelihood. So we are here to call for a vote of no confidence. Just try not to steal more money on your way out.
Our next speakers will be Chris Rooney, Keith Joseph, and Spencer Owen. Chris, go ahead and accept the unmute request.
Hello, my name is Christopher Rooney. I'm a 38-year employee at Cal State Northridge and a member of the Teamsters bargaining team. You guys need to honor last year's contract. It's ridiculous. If I entered into a contract to hire people to work at my house and then told them after they'd done the work, oh no, I'm not going to pay you because I didn't have the funds, I had to get a loan or whatever. You've been fully funded. You need to honor the contracts from last year. Also, to the presidents of the universities, you should be our biggest advocates, and you're not. And it's just shameful that you guys took raises before your employees got raises. You need to give back those raises and not take a raise until your employees get their raises. And to the chancellors, or the chancellor, your bargaining team for this year's contract, They're ridiculous. They treat us like crap. I can't take it anymore. I sit across the table from them and they're patronizing. They laugh at us. It's ridiculous. You need to get them in line. Thank you.
Spencer, go ahead and accept the unmute request.
Put your phones down now and listen. Good afternoon. My name is Spencer Owen. I'm a proud Teamster from Local 2010. I've come here to speak many times. I'll continue to come here and represent my union brothers and sisters. The reason why I'm here speaking to you today is because we need the raises that you promised back in July of 2025. Our members don't appreciate being jerked around by your uneducated bargaining team, and we certainly don't appreciate being undervalued by $1 Million Millie Garcia. Despite receiving its largest increase in base state funding in several years, the annual 6% tuition hikes, and holding more than $2 billion in operation reserves, the CSU proposed wages bargaining on July 14th with only a 3.2 in average raises for over 3 years and massive takeaways in our salary and benefit articles. We know our worth and we are not going to take those shoddy offers. I proudly signed the no confidence declaration for Chancellor $1 Million Millie. This is not a threat, but a promise. We will shut you down with all the university unions, just like LAUSD Teamsters did with their union siblings, UTLA, SEIU, Local 99 in April 2026. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Jorge Martinez, Armenia Ward, and Brendan Navarro.
Jorge Martinez. I proudly serve as a lead tradesman for the California State University. I'm a proud Teamster with Local 2010 and a Chapter 10 president for the Teamster Thunder. I love my job. I take pride in serving our students, our campuses, and the people of California. But what I don't love is the low morale that has been created by the Chancellor's office. The people who keep these universities running are being disrespected every day. Chancellor Mildred Garcia and members of the Board of Trustees, you need to stop misleading the public. Be honest with our communities about your intentions and about the bad faith bargaining that has brought us to this point. I've got news for you. If you think you're going to continue to get rich off the backs of hardworking CSU employees while refusing to pay us what we're worth, you're messing with the wrong union. You already saw what Teamsters are capable of doing at our last strike. We have the strength of our coalitions and the support of more than 250,000 Teamsters across California and 1.3 million internationally. Our members keep these campuses operating every single day. We maintain the buildings, protect the infrastructure, and make sure students have a safe place to learn. We are done asking, we are demanding our fair share. And let me be clear, if we don't get it, we will shut it down. We will shut it down. We will shut it down.
Hello. My name is Armenia Ward. I'm a former student of Cal State LA. I am very disappointed that the money that you took from students like me is not going to the faculty or even the people that fix the AC. Just so you know, King Hall never has working AC, but it's going into the pockets of the presidents. And what's even more disturbing is some of that money is going to the pockets of President Bernicia Johnson-Eames, who is not here. But unfortunately, the reason why I am a former student of Cal State LA is because in 2023, I was suspended for 1 year because they thought I was complaining about the administration too much. They violated my First Amendment right to free speech, and they robbed me of an education. I don't have a degree in any university because of what Cal State LA did. They have destroyed my life, and I think that they need to answer for that. I'm here to expose Cal State LA's improper use of indefinite disciplinary holds to block paid-for transcripts. After my suspension ended, Cal State LA froze my account under an obsolete until graduation probation timeline simply because I chose to walk away. For an institution that preaches equity, Cal State LA's tone-deaf weaponization of red tape actively discriminates against students with disabilities like myself, preventing me from returning to complete my degree. You're running a university with a kindergarten level of competence but a master's degree in exclusion. Thank you for your time.
Next up, we have Kevin Weir, Lisa Kawamura, and Vang Vang. Kevin, go ahead and accept the unmute request.
Good afternoon. I'm Kevin Weir, Chair of Bargaining for CFA. Last week, CFA filed for impasse, and PERB agreed. This is a big deal as it advances us through the process that could lead to work stoppage. After having bargained for a year and a half, we have nothing but takebacks and rejection of our demands. Our team reached the tipping point when management presented on salary and benefits. The union is seeking a transformative compensation package to ensure that faculty stay ahead of inflation, that we progress smoothly through the salary structure, and have a fair base salary rate. The management team rejected all of this and instead offered a general raise that is less than the rate of inflation, paired with an increase in parking rates and the intent to increase employee healthcare contributions. Management has offered zero movement regarding job stability, workload, artificial intelligence, academic freedom, and now an insulting economic package. Nonetheless, we hope that the Chancellor and trustees direct your team to come to mediation prepared with serious answers to faculty's reasonable and just demands.
Lisa, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. My name is Lisa Kawamura, Associate Vice President for Chapter Presidents North, and I'm beginning my 29th year as a temporary full-time lecturer at Cal Poly SLO, and I'm a proud dues-paying member of CFA. I'm also on CFA's bargaining team, and I am disheartened by the lack of interest in the Chancellor and the Board of Trustees in paying faculty what they not just what they deserve, but they need in order to live, not even comfortably, but live at the bare minimum of what California has to offer. The Chancellor and trustees continue to manufacture an austerity crisis, and as you continue to slash funds for instruction and academic programs. We appreciate the generous budget the governor put forth in June of 2026 in his budget. However, you continue to increase management pay and misdirect funding for the classroom. Faculty pay is way below the cost of living in California, and the meager 3% one-time payout does not even come close to allowing faculty to live a modest middle-class life. Austerity lowers the quality of education for our students, and such severe measures cannot be justified. Stop exploiting workers and glorifying the Chancellor and administration who treat the CSU system like a corporation that profits off the backs of our students and workers. Instruct your team to give faculty and staff raises and pay what they are due. Fund the classroom, not the boardroom.
Good afternoon. My name is Vang Vang, CFA Treasurer and Librarian at Fresno State. Chancellor Garcia, we stand with our CSU union siblings to ensure that our 1, compensation keeps pace with the living cost in California. 2, all faculty receive at least 10% of your base salary. That's $79,000 a year. You receive that amount in a month. It's not too much to ask for fair living wages, one that respects our skills and dignity. We know that money is there to pay faculty and staff what they deserve and what they need to live on. You and the trustees are simply choosing not to invest in the very people that make the CSU run. It's time to prioritize people over profits and robots. Fund the classroom, not the boardroom. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Megan O'Donnell, Michelle Ramos-Pilicia, and Margarita Berta
Good Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Megan O'Donnell. I'm a faculty member at Cal State Monterey Bay. I'm also a proud member at large for the executive committee of the ASCSU, an AVP for statewide CFA, and a member of CFA's bargaining team. I wear many hats, but I am here right now because I ask all of you to provide greater oversight and greater leadership in pushing your bargaining team to negotiate fair contracts with your employees. Repeatedly, we hear that the CSU wants to be an employer of choice, that competitive compensation and excellent health benefits are essential to not only recruiting your faculty and staff, but maintaining the top tier of workers that make it possible for the CSU to lead in providing university education that not only supports social and economic mobility, but one that builds the hearts and opportunities for our students to pursue their passions and dreams. And yet the bargaining team for the Chancellor's office has continued to provide uncompetitive, lowball offers for compensation that doesn't come anywhere close to matching what is urgently required to ensure that CSU employees can live and work where we need to be. It is time to support the people who make the CSU work. It is time to fund the classroom, not the boardroom. Thank you.
Okay, is this on? Okay. Michelle Ramos Pellicia, buenas tardes. I am professor at Cal State San Marcos and vice president of our union, the California Faculty Association. For nearly a year, we have demanded the rollout of a system-wide coherent alert system that will inform us when ICE is present on our campuses. This is mandated by Senate Bill 98. Which passed last September, requiring colleges and universities in California notify students, faculty, staff about the presence of immigration enforcement. We want to know how much funding and resources are allocated towards SB 98, guidelines, recommendations, and processes for holding campuses accountable if they fail to adhere to this law. This shouldn't be difficult. We have similar systems in place to alert campus community of fires and active shooters. We do so via email, text messages, and phone calls. The same can and must be done to alert us if immigration enforcement authorities are present on our campuses. The ongoing attacks on immigration create a hostile and alienating environment. Implementing SB 98 properly with an even and congruent alert system can help students learn, can help educators, librarians, counselors, and coaches to do their best work. Show your commitment to campus safety. Ensure that SB 98 is implemented system-wide. And yes, fund the classroom, not the boardroom.
Margarita Bertavila, president of the California Faculty Association, our chair of bargaining, just shared that we're at impasse. But let me share with you who you all are truly thinking about and what your priorities are. You're currently issuing about $1.5 billion in bonds this summer. As part of that, you have to release materials for investors that sells the bonds as a safe investment. These materials are incongruent with messages we get at the table about being no money. Tell the investors, you have to tell the investors that the CSU is a strong investment. Enrollment is stable and increasing. Gross revenue is only going up. But then you come to the table and claim we can't have faculty, our union siblings, or any other proposals that actually would make you an employer of choice. So some general notes about bonds. They are issued in $5,000 increments. They exist for the wealthy to park their money for a guaranteed tax advantage return. Student tuition is what you all use to guarantee bond payments. This means bonds are a massive transfer of wealth from California students and the families to the rich. In other words, you're paying ongoing debt service. You all are committing new ongoing dollars to this instead of instruction, working conditions, paying faculty, paying our union siblings, and issuing a quality education for our students. $663 million is going in debt in 2026, with more than $700 million projected in 2027. This is being manufactured by you all, not to serve the people's university, but rather serve the self-interest of the wealthy and yourselves. There is no confidence. Fund the classroom, not the boardroom.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Jessica Dalton, River Gerhardt, and Tessie Reese.
My name is Jessica Dalton. I serve as Vice President for Representation for the California State University Employees Union, and I am an employee at Cal State Channel Islands. At our last bargaining session, the CSU proposed reopening the economic provisions of our contract every single year. That means asking employees to make long-term commitments while refusing to make long-term commitments to its workforce. This proposal doesn't stand alone. The CSU also rejected our proposals to improve the current 4-year probationary period for temporary employees, choosing to preserve years of uncertainty instead of providing greater job security. Taken together, these proposals send a clear message. This isn't a broken system. It's the bargaining position the CSU has chosen. Whether it's uncertainty about wages or uncertainty about keeping your job, employees are expected to carry all the risk. Withdraw the annual economic reopener proposal, engage on temporary employee job security, and negotiate a contract that provides real stability for the employees who keep this university running. Do the right thing. Thank you.
Tessie, go ahead and accept the unmute request.
Thank you, trustees and Chancellor Garcia and audience. My name is Tessie Reese. I am an LVN nurse at San Diego State University. I have been employed since August of 1997. I'm here to tell you that management has come to the table with pay increases for all employees, but no retroactivity, and only for less than 5,000 of our students. 5,000 of our employees. No retro to it, no general salary increase, nothing to assist our people who are red circled, almost 900 of those. And with a great budget, the state budget that was given to the CSU to ongoing funding, the CSU has decided that staff and our student, over 20,000 student assistants in the system are not important enough. Step salary increases were developed over 3 years ago, so they are now out of date with the rising cost of living due to inflation. Additionally, employees who are past the target step will receive nothing from the CSU's most recent proposals. Management has told us they also want a solution for improving pay for our red circled employees. Many of these employees work in the buildings you are all sitting in, but the CSU bargaining team gave us a proposal with nothing for them. The executives in the CSU received their raises, and now the CSU is proposing to give nothing to thousands of employees that run this system. The best solution is to come to the table with a proposal that contains an increase across salary steps. The CSU employees union has never gone on strike. Thank you. Has never gone on strike in our 20-year history. But we are preparing to if we cannot get to a resolution, and we will continue to come to the bargaining table. We were asking that the chancellor and the board of trustees come to the table as well and fund a good bargaining.
Please conclude your
pay
remarks.
and equity for your employees as well as your student assistant employees. Thank you.
Our next speakers will be Juan Arujo Sarinana, Debbie Alia, and Jared Pico.
Good afternoon. My name is Juan Carlos Araujo Sariñana, and I've been a part of CSU Chico for more than 20 years. 4 as an undergrad, 3 as a grad student, and 14 as a lecturer. In my time as faculty, I've seen our university system become more akin to a business than a public institution. Executive compensation and administrative hires balloon, while faculty salaries sag behind inflation. Lecturers bear the brunt of this wage suppression, and many of us are forced to take second and third jobs in order to make ends meet. The chancellor's offer of a 3% one-time bonus is out of touch and offensive to all faculty. I urge you to accept CFA's proposal that full-time equivalent faculty earn at least $79,000 and that we receive ongoing cost of living adjustments. If this board is really all about its students, then it should do well to remember that faculty working conditions are student learning conditions.
Hello? Okay. Chancellor Garcia, on February 17th, you testified before the Budget Subcommittee and said, I quote, "With the governor's proposal as it is now, we can go back to the table to do the compact in complete form." You went on to say, "We'll provide all our world-class faculty and staff with much-deserved compensation increases." Your henchmen are still not giving us what you promised. We have kept the campuses running through crisis, staffing shortages, and rising cost of living without fair compensation for our essential labor. Retro pay is not a bonus. It's overdue recognition of work already performed and promised. Failing to provide these raises undermines morale and signals that you do not value the workers who keep the operation functioning. You need to implement our retro raises now. Your team is not bargaining in good faith while at the table with us. You must negotiate future raises like every other public employer.
Hello, my name is Jared Paco. I work for Cal Poly SLO, and I am the bargaining team for Teamsters 2010. Every time we come to the table, the CSU's bargaining team bring proposals so far from what's reasonable, it's insulting. We understand that bargaining involves compromise, but there's a difference between leaving room to negotiate and purposely starting at the floor. This drags out the process and delays the fair contracts we deserve. The only proposal so far from the CSU is less than the raise we were supposed to get in 2025. And reopeners for the second and third year. We are in a reopener now for that 2025 raise. We have seen how the CSU treats reopeners. One horrible offer and that's it. No movement at all. The CSU seems to think that reopeners don't involve bargaining. I am asking you to honor the 2025 raise and bargain in good faith for our successor contract.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Dawn McCulley, Tawny Elkins, and Rebecca Slocum.
Good afternoon, trustees and Chancellor Garcia. Just 3 years ago, CSU and CSUEU negotiated a salary step system designed to provide predictable salary progression for employees who perform satisfactorily and advance through their salary ranges over time. Today, the CSU is proposing to fundamentally change that bargain. The proposal provides step adjustments only for employees it believes were improperly placed on their steps, no salary schedule elevation for red circled employees, and annual reopeners on salary and benefits that would force employees back to the bargaining table every year simply to preserve compensation that was already negotiated. This is not a funding issue. The governor has provided more than sufficient funding to support our economic proposals, yet CSU staff remain on average 12% below market, and student assistants are being offered no salary increases at all. Employee frustration is growing, and with it, the real possibility of a strike. Trustees and chancellors, we urge you to direct your bargaining team to negotiate a fair agreement that honors the step system, addresses salary inequities, and avoids an unnecessary labor dispute that would impact employees, students, and the CSU. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tawny Elkins, and I represent the Chico State Staff Council, and I am here about the establishment of a statewide staff council that was sent to the trustees in January. Shared governance is a critical part of the success of the CSU. Faculty, students, and alumni have a statewide organization to support their participation in shared governance, separate from the union and bargaining at the individual campuses and system levels. Staff deserve the same. Staff within the CSU have unique experience and expertise to contribute to the shared governance spaces, and the system-wide staff council would provide valuable opportunities to support staff morale, leadership development, and engagement within the CSU. At Chico State, we have take pride in our many events to spotlight the talents of students and student support of our staff. We created 7 staff awards, including Employee of the Year, a Customer Service Award, an Emerging Leader Award, and more. Our staff council worked closely with the Academic Senate to make sure that staff have a seat on campus committees, enabling staff to use their knowledge and benefits on these committees. The staff council and the staff of Chico State support a CSU system-wide staff council. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Slocum, and I am the chair of the Cal State Channel Islands Staff Council, and I'm speaking to you in support of a system-wide staff council. Shared governance is a crucial part of the success of the CSU. At Cal State Channel Islands, our staff council has been a critical partner in building community and ensuring staff have opportunities to remain committed and engaged throughout their careers, providing staff with a unique avenue for collaboration and communication with leadership that benefits the entire institution. In partnership with our sister campus staff councils, we seek to extend those benefits to the full CSU. As stated at the beginning of this session, faculty, students, and alumni have statewide organizations to support their participation in shared governance, separate from union bargaining. Staff deserve the same. The Staff Council of Cal State Channel Islands supports the founding of a CSU system-wide staff council, and we call on the Board of Trustees and the Chancellor to support the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Jason Rabinowitz, Melinda Munoz, and Pedro Castro.
Good afternoon, Chancellor, Trustees. I'm Jason Rabinowitz, Secretary-Treasurer, Teamsters Local 2010, proudly representing 28,000 workers in California education, including 1,100 skilled trades workers whose work makes CSU work every day. We are here today to deliver letters of no confidence in this leadership, because under this leadership, CSU has become the worst employer in California public service by far. Our members show up to work every day, keeping this system running, and what do we get in return? We get broken promises. We get refusal to pay our contractual raises. We get no raises for 2 years now. In fact, no staff or faculty at CSU has gotten a raise in 2 years, at the same time that this leadership hands out massive raises to already overpaid execs, at the same time that this leadership sits on billions of dollars in reserves, at the same time that this leadership sits on billions that the students are paying in increased tuition, billions in funding from the state. We get bad faith bargaining. We're sitting at the table waiting for months for an offer. We finally get one, and it's a lowball offer that
please conclude your comment.
That doesn't even come close to the funding that you're getting. We get refusal to bargain over future years because you say you don't know what the budget's going to be. Well, guess what? No employer knows what their budget is going to be, but your obligation is to bargain in good faith. Madam Chancellor, we have generated over 7,000 letters of no confidence from CSU workers in this leadership. We urge this leadership to reverse course, to stop the bad faith bargaining, to come to the table, bargain for fair raises for the workers whose work makes the CSU work every day. Madam Chancellor, we have no confidence in this leadership. We ask you to reverse course and treat the workers with the fairness that we deserve. Teamsters, no confidence, 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 no confidence.
We'll take a 5-minute break. We'll take a 5-minute break.
Affordable in the country. About 65% of our undergrads finish with no student debt. Each graduate is a success story, representing the best of what the CSU provides, a top-tier education and a promising path forward. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Our campuses consistently rank highly in national indexes for best value, educational quality, and social mobility. Our newest graduates will join 4 million plus alumni ready to power California's economy and fill critical areas such as teaching, health services, and engineering. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Commencement is the joyous culmination of an educational dream for students and all those who supported them. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU congratulates the class of 2026. More than 100,000 students received degrees from our universities this spring in fields ranging from cinematic arts to mechanical engineering. Offering degrees as diverse as our students, the CSU provides students of all ages and backgrounds with life-changing opportunities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. About 65% of our undergrads finish with no student debt. Each graduate is a success story, representing the best of what the CSU provides, a top-tier education and a promising path forward. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Our campuses consistently rank highly in national indexes for best value, educational quality, and social mobility. Our newest graduates will join 4 million plus alumni ready to power California's economy and fill critical areas such as teaching, health services, and engineering. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Commencement is the joyous culmination of an educational dream for students and all those who supported them. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU congratulates the class of 2026. More than 100,000 students received degrees from our universities this spring in fields ranging from cinematic arts to mechanical engineering. Offering degrees as diverse as our students, the CSU provides students of all ages and backgrounds with life-changing opportunities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. About 65% of our undergrads finish with no student debt. Each graduate is a success story, representing the best of what the CSU provides, a top-tier education and a promising path forward. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Our campuses consistently rank highly in national indexes for best value, educational quality, and social mobility. Our newest graduates will join 4 million plus alumni ready to power California's economy and fill critical areas such as teaching, health services, and engineering. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Commencement is the joyous culmination of an educational dream for students and all those who supported them. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU congratulates the class of 2026. More than 100,000 students received degrees from our universities this spring in fields ranging from cinematic arts to mechanical engineering. Offering degrees as diverse as our students, the CSU provides students of all ages and backgrounds with life-changing opportunities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. About 65% of our undergrads finish with no student debt. Each graduate is a success story, representing the best of what the CSU provides, a top-tier education and a promising path forward. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Our campuses consistently rank highly in national indexes for best value, educational quality, and social mobility. Our newest graduates will join 4 million plus alumni ready to power California's economy and fill critical areas such as teaching, health services, and engineering. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Commencement is the joyous culmination of an educational dream for students and all those who supported them. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU congratulates the class of 2026. More than 100,000 students received degrees from our universities this spring in fields ranging from cinematic arts to mechanical engineering. Offering degrees as diverse as our students, the CSU provides students of all ages and backgrounds with life-changing opportunities.
I'm going to ask everyone to find their seats again, please. And just before I return to Ms. Coral to call the rest of our public speakers, I just want to remind this board of the importance of public comment. And I want to remind every public speaker that we've asked for 1 minute for each to honor everyone so we can hear from as many voices as possible. With that, Ms. Coral, I'll return to you to call the remainder of our public speakers for public comment.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Belinda Munoz and Pedro Castro.
All right. It's hard to follow that, but good afternoon. My name is Belinda Munoz, and I am a staff member at the California State University, Fresno. In 2019, I became the first staff member to hold a voting seat on our academic senate. 7 years later, there's still only one staff voting seat within our academic assembly, including the executive committee, academic senate, and standing committees. Shared governance is a critical part of the success of the CSU. Faculty, students, and alumni each have a statewide organization that supports their participation in shared governance beyond the collective bargaining. Staff deserve the same opportunity. A CSU system-wide staff council and staff representative at this table would strengthen staff leadership, engagement, and ultimately student success. I am here today from Fresno because this matters. I wanted you to see that behind every policy, every decision, and every discussion about staff, there is a real person. I am one of them. I am real. We are often told that staff are the wheels that keep the CSU moving, yet the people that keep our campuses running have no meaningful system-wide voice in the decisions that shape our work. Today, I ask that you do more than see us. Please include us. Support the creation of a CSU system-wide staff council and meaningful staff representation and shared governance. When staff have a voice, the entire CSU is stronger. Thank you.
Our next speakers will be Amanda Daglish, Paul Fornelli, and Horacio Gonzalez.
Hi, my name is Amanda Daglish, CSU EU San Marcos Chapter Records Officer. Many CSU EU members are deeply frustrated by the CSU's approach at the bargaining table. After attending chapter and bargaining unit meetings, I have repeatedly heard disappointment from staff who expected meaningful movement after the CSU requested additional time to address budget concerns. Instead, CSU largely maintains its position while offering little in return. The only clear message many members heard was a warning that the benefits could be targeted in future negotiations. At a time when the cost of living continues to rise and staff are already struggling with affordability, that message feels more like a threat than a commitment to finding solutions. Bargaining should be a good faith process focused on resolving issues and reaching agreement. When promises of progress fail to materialize and positions remain unchanged, it raises serious concerns about whether taxpayer dollars and state resources are being used effectively. Thank you.
Our next speakers will be Corey Rusi, Dorothy Chen Maynard, and Daya Kunkun.
Good afternoon. My name is Dorothy Chen Maynard, and I'm a proud member of the CFA and a professor emeritus at CSU San Bernardino campus. Worked for 34 years under 3 presidents. While the CSU has a policy for presidential searches, the current process is a top-down approach that lacks transparency and meaningful campus and community input. There are only 3 faculty, 1 staff member, and a foundation rep from the San Bernardino campus out of the 18 search committee members. For the sake of shared governance and transparency, more campus representatives should be included in the committee. Also, once the 2 finalists and the alternate were chosen by the committee, there should be a way for the public forum and campus input for final candidates. We understand the need to preserve the confidentiality of the candidate during the search process. However, it is also important for the community to meet these final candidates and provide input to the search committee. Having an imbalanced representation without campus input on the final candidates erodes shared governance. So we would like to encourage the CSU Board of Trustees and Chancellor to review the campus presidential search process to include significant and meaningful input from the campus and its community, since the individual represents our campus. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Daya Kunkun, and I'm here on behalf of Unite Here Local 19 and the former dining service workers at CSU Bakersfield. Our members who worked at the CSUB cafeteria for years lost their jobs and were put out on the street as CSUB changed their dining service vendor to the Kern County Superintendent of Schools without a public bidding process. The lack of transparency in the sudden change in vendors raises good governance concerns at CSUB and seems to be out of compliance with the CSU Contracts and Procurement Policies Section H2A requirement of a competitive bidding process for service agreements. We request that the trustees and the CSU Department of Contract Services and Procurement investigate CSUB's seeming failure to adhere to policy. We also recommend that a CSU service worker retention policy be implemented to prevent future disruptions across contract changes, provide job security for workers, and promote retention of an experienced and steady workforce. We remain available to meet. Please see our letter that we have sent to you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Karen Malone, Christina Chambers, and Dawn Albitron.
Chancellor Garcia earns a base salary of $795,000 plus $96,000 for housing, $80,000 in deferred compensation, and $1,000 per month auto allowance. The highest paid CSU president earns a base salary of $611,000, receives university provided housing, and $1,000 per month out auto allowance. It must be nice to not have to worry about whether you will make rent or if you'll ever be able to save enough to own a home close to your job. Not have to worry about paying for gas to get to your job. Now compare that to the CSU union employee who earns on average $72,000 $2,000 a year. And they do have to worry about housing costs, car payments, and gas. I'm not just an employee of the CSU, but I'm also a California taxpayer. And I want to know how the CSU is managing their money. In addition to executives' bloated salaries, millions upon millions of dollars are being spent on consultants. Why? What for? Join me and contact your state legislator and ask them to hold the CSU accountable. Ask them to run a full financial audit on the CSU. The legislator will listen to you. They don't want to see a CSU shutdown strike ahead of midterm elections.
Hi, my name is Christina Chambers. I worked at CSU Bakersfield for 11 years before I was let go. My coworkers and I were let go. I lost my benefits. The new company coming in, KCSOS, told us initially that they were going to have jobs available for us, but as the weeks went by, we found out that there was only a few jobs available. There were not enough jobs for everybody. We were also not going to be paid the same wages as before. So we would all be taking a huge pay cut. I was also told that some of the positions were part-time. I cannot live on minimum wage and part-time hours. CSU should put a policy in place to provide job security to service workers across contract changes so that no worker faces this issue in the future. Thank you.
Our next speakers will be Elaine Bernal, Juan Munoz, and Oscar Jaraguay.
Hello, Elaine Bernal, CFA bargaining team member and board officer. The people of California didn't entrust you with technology. They entrusted you with a public university. AI is already reshaping higher education. Some see tremendous opportunity. Others see tremendous risk. Both deserve a voice in how decisions this significant are made. The decision isn't whether we'll lead in AI. The question is whether we'll lead it with the transparency, shared governance, academic freedom, and partnership the people of California expect from their public university. As we librarians, counselors, coaches, and faculty continue bargaining for fair salaries, manageable workloads, many are left with the impression that major AI decisions are made before meaningful collaboration begins. If we want the people of California to trust our decisions, they have to trust how those decisions are made. The future of California will not be shaped not only by the technology we embrace, but by the values we choose to protect. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Juan Munoz with Unite Here Local 11, the Hospitality Workers Union. I'm here in solidarity with our Unite Here Local 19 siblings at CSU Bakersfield. CSUB's no-bid decision to change contracts and let go of all of their dining service workers raises alarms about transparency in procurement and job security for service workers in the CSU system. We recommend that a service worker retention policy be implemented across the CSU. By strengthening job security for service workers, this policy would ensure workers do not lose their jobs because of decisions out of their hands. Under similar policies across California, workers would not have to scramble to figure out how to find a new job, pay the bills, and provide for their families in the event of a contract change. Instead, they would be given a 90-day transition period to show that their work is satisfactory. New employers would be able to hire the number of workers they need in order of seniority. These policies work. Please show CSU service workers that you value their work and their job security. And of course, our local is also in solidarity with the CFA and the Teamsters. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Oscar Jaregui, and I work in a dining hall at CSUSB Bakersfield for 3 years before being laid off due to a change in contract. I need my job to pay for my bills, keep my health care, and take care for my family. I applied to all open positions the new vendor offered and was denied without an interview. My coworkers and I should not be punished for a change in dining service contracts. We deserve to keep our jobs and value by the university. CSU should have a worker retention policy to make sure campuses keep experienced workers across contract changes and that workers have job security. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Myra Castorena, Jaime Chavez, and Juliana McGaw.
Hello, my name is Myra Castorena from Stanislaus State, and we here at Stan State believe shared governance is a crucial part to the success of the CSU. Faculty, students, and alumni have statewide organizations to support their participation in shared governance, separate from union bargaining at the individual campus and system levels. Staff deserve the same. Staff have a unique expertise and experience to contribute to shared governance spaces, and a system-wide staff council would provide valuable opportunities to support staff engagement within the CSU. The staff at Stan State support the funding of a CSU system-wide staff council. Thank you so much for this opportunity to be heard.
Good afternoon. My name is Jaime Chavez. I'm a student at CSU Channel Islands and a member of Students for Quality Education. I'm here because across California, our immigrant communities face a very real threat. And across the CSU, we are asked to trust that if our campuses or communities are threatened, those entrusted to lead us will stand with us. But trust is earned. And it is hard to trust you to stand with us when we see how you treat the people who work for you. We have seen what happens when that trust is tested. When Professor Jonathan Caravello needed the CSU system to stand behind him, where were you? You have no problem taking our tuition, relying on our labor, and celebrating our diversity. But you cannot claim our communities when it benefits you, then disappear when defending those communities demands courage. So to everyone listening, here and across the CSU, pay attention to what happens next. I call on this board and Chancellor Garcia to develop indirect consultation with faculty and students and publicly guarantee a clear system-wide protocol to protect our communities from immigration enforcement on our campuses. Because in defending our communities demands courage, will you stand with us, or will you once again bend the knee to this racist and fascist administration?
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Juliana McGaw. I am here on behalf of Unite Here Local 19. The former dining service workers at CSU Bakersfield who recently lost their jobs following CSUB's no bid decision to contract with the Kern County Superintendent of Schools. During a discussion with the CSUB administration on May 14th, I was told by Kristen Watson, VP of Business and Administrative Services, that the new chosen vendor is run by a man she has known for years, professionally and personally. This raises concerns about how this contract decision was reached, and we recommend that this decision be investigated with the CSU Conflict of Interest Code in mind. CSU service workers should have the option to keep their jobs across contract changes. To prevent further disruption to workers' lives, we recommend that CSU implement a service worker retention policy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Griffin Joseph, Andrea Romero, and Aaron Shackelford.
Good afternoon. My name is Griffin Joseph, and I am here on behalf of Unite Here Local 11 in solidarity with Unite Here Local 19. It is deeply disappointing that the CSU system allowed dining service workers at CSU Bakersfield to be let go due to a change in contract. It is especially concerning that this happened without a public bidding process. which seems to be out of compliance with CSU contracts and procurement's policy requirement of a competitive bidding process for service agreements. We request that trustees and the CSU Department of Contract Services and Procurement investigate CSUB's failure to adhere to this policy. We also ask CSU to join many other California cities and agencies in adopting a service worker retention policy to ensure future service workers are not cast aside when a campus decides to change contracts. This would provide a continuity in service when contracts change hands, all while protecting workers. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrea Romero, and I'm here in solidarity with Local 19 to speak up about what happened to the people who worked in the dining halls at CSU Bakersfield and lost their jobs due to a change in contract. I have worked at the Long Beach Convention Center for 13 years. When my workplace transitioned its operator back in 2021, I did not have to worry about scrambling to find a new job. This is because Long Beach has a worker retention policy that provides security for me to keep my job, allowing me to keep paying my bills and provide for myself. The CSU should follow Long Beach's example and create a worker retention policy for campuses when changing service operations. This would provide the necessary job security to service workers and ensure continuity and experienced staff for campuses. Workers should not be punished for a change in contractors. Please consider implementing a worker retention policy across the CSU system. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Aaron Shackelford, and I'm a proud CSU alum of CSU DH. I graduated in 2025. I'm here today in solidarity with the dining service workers at CSU Bakersfield who were let go when the campus changed its service contract without a public bidding process. As a student, I relied on dining hall staff every day. They fed us, knew our names, and many of them gave years of their lives to this university system. That kind of dedication should never be repaid by being cast aside because a contract changed hands. It's also deeply troubling that this happened without competitive bidding, which raises real questions about whether CSUB followed its own contracts and procurement policy. I'd ask the trustees and Department of Contract Services and Procurement to look into that. But beyond this one campus, I'm asking the CSU system to adopt a service worker retention policy like the ones already in place across California, so no dining hall worker on any campus ever has to lose their livelihood over a decision they had no say in. As an alum, I would like to be proud of how my university treats the people who took care of us. Please give these workers the protection they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Oliver Harder, Lauren Cannon, and Jalen Ivester.
Hello, my name is Ollie Harder. I'm a third-year student with Students for Quality Education at San Jose State. For years, minority communities on my campus have been violently targeted and left without adequate safety. Last semester alone, my campus experienced numerous hate crimes, including a 6th student being physically assaulted and called slurs, a federal initiative to dox and harass transgender students, and multiple instances of mass shooting threats accompanied by swastikas and racial slurs. This is not including the similar threats of violence towards Black students and faculty happening nearly every semester, nor the ever-present fear our undocumented and immigrant community faces. And what is the CSU solution to protect us? Increased block cameras, police force, and stockpiles of weapons, none of which has worked to keep students safe. What students truly need is an investment in education. We need large-scale funding for cultural centers and programs. We need funding for ethnic studies, funding for rapid response networks, and ICE Watch, not flashy toys that do nothing to support or protect the communities suffering real harm. Fund our workers, fund our faculty, fund our classrooms.
Lauren, go ahead and accept the unmute request.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
As the Secretary of CFA, I understand that my union colleagues have walked out. It's because we don't believe you're listening. I got 1 minute. And I'd like all of you, Board of Trustees folks, to think about why folks walked out, what it takes to walk out. Union solidarity is strong. And you've angered tens of thousands of workers.
Thank you. Jalen, go ahead and accept the unmute request.
All right. Hello, my name is Jalen Ivester, and I'm here with Students for Quality Education as a graduate student at CSU San Marcos. I want to take this time to speak about the ongoing lack of care for students and faculty throughout the CSU, including the salaries of faculty and the increasing cost of student tuition. The CFA has reached an impasse with the CSU, and students are building lifelong debt. Yet Chancellor Garcia lines her pockets with the money for students' education and by denying faculty a living wage. Faculty whose blood, tears, sweat, and lives are dedicated to teaching the next generation of students, many of whom are disenfranchised. Your faculty and workers are not just your employees. They are the foundation that have upheld and have kept the values in which every CSU is based upon, and yet you treat them like garbage. I urge you, Board of Trustees, to take time to focus on what is important rather than be nonchalant about the students whose futures rely on them to make the right decisions, and the over 30,000 faculty whose lives are in your hands. Thank you for your time. Please resign.
Next up, we have Reverend Jonathan Mitchell, Josh DeLeon, and Joel Kruger.
Good afternoon. My name is Reverend Dr. Jonathan Mitchell. I'm here with Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice and support with the CSU Bakersfield service workers. In all of our faith and spiritual and ethical traditions, we value the laborer, the people that help make our economy work, and all our traditions call for justice. I'm not going to repeat the details that we heard from the CSU Bakersfield service workers, but I would urge you all to listen to the needs of our public employees and do right by them and keep the spirit of justice at heart. Amen.
Good afternoon. My name is Josh DeLeon, and I'm the Interim Director with Long Beach for a Just Economy. I am here to echo the calls by Unite Here for the CSU system to implement a worker retention policy. We simply cannot have situations like what happened at CSU Bakersfield continue to occur where long-term, reliable dining service workers are kicked to the curb due to a no-bid change in contract. And I want to be clear, we know worker retention policies work because we have seen them be successful in this very city. In 2013, over a decade ago, Long Beach passed a worker retention policy for our airport workers and our convention center workers, providing continuity in service when contracts and owners change hands. And for the last decade plus, we have seen that policy successful. There is precedent. I believe that we should do that now system-wide across the entire CSU network. And it's a chance to really take leadership, to set a standard of stability for our most vulnerable workers so those transitions through voluntary contract changes are protected. This is a moment of economic instability and we can help our workers now. Thank you.
Our next speakers will be April Thomas and Ken Habib.
My name is April Thomas, and I've been an academic advisor at Cal State Dominguez Hills for the past 14 years, and I'm also the staff representative for our campus academic senate. The CSU has 23 campuses, but staff rarely have the opportunity to connect with colleagues from across the system or share ideas that can benefit all of our campuses. We have talented professionals doing incredible work every day, yet there is no formal system-wide staff council to bring those voices together. I respectfully ask the board to support the creation of a CSU-wide staff council. It would give staff a meaningful voice in system-wide conversations, strengthen communication between campuses and leadership, and build a stronger sense of community and collaboration among staff across the entire CSU system. When staff are connected, heard, and engaged, our campuses and our students benefit. Thank you for your time and for your consideration.
Good afternoon. I'm Ken Habib, a Cal Poly professor and Council for Racial and Social Justice representative. CSU administration has pedagogically, professionally, and personally continued to harm CSU faculty by repressing and penalizing academic freedom and freedom of speech. Actions at my campus have included the shutdown of the annual social justice teach-in, the summary deletion of library guides, and the intimidation and punishment of faculty and students, often persons of color, for their opposition to investment in endless wars and operations that kill and injure innocents, as now seen in Iran, Iraq, Lebanon, Nigeria, Palestine, Somalia, Sudan, Syria, Ukraine, Venezuela, Yemen, and elsewhere. Please make every effort to swiftly and substantially reduce administration, to reinvest that funding into faculty and students where education actually happens, to direct administration to work cooperatively with faculty, and to rescind the time, place, manner policies that administration clandestinely created and unilaterally imposed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Steve McFarland and Gabriel Fowler.
Okay, I have 3 seconds to spare. Actually, I had to practice that.
Chair of Labor Studies and CFA bargaining team member at CSU Dominguez Hills. Today, I ask you to take a discerning look at the misplaced priorities that CSU administrators are pursuing through their budget allocations. Tens of millions for AI contracts or software that's already free. Hundreds of millions shoveled every year into investment accounts that have ballooned to $10 billion, while campuses overstuff classes, threaten programs, and lay off hundreds of longtime lecturer faculty. Obscenely bloated pay packages for upper management. 25 years ago, the majority of CSU funds went to academic affairs, the core mission of teaching and learning. Now it's around 34% and shrinking. This year, administration has offered faculty a 3% raise over 2 years when inflation has been 7% and the CSU budget is 7% higher than last year. Where does it end? Faculty need a cost of living adjustment to ensure that we can continue to live in the state and to attract new faculty. We need a chancellor pay index that will limit administrator salaries to no more than 10 times those of the lowest paid faculty. The CSU is not a hedge fund. It's not a real estate swindle. And we are not a set of 23 AI server farms. We're a public university. Let's set those funding priorities accordingly. Fund the classroom, not the boardroom.
Gabriel, go ahead.
Am I on? Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Gabriel Fowler. I'm an irrigation specialist at Sonoma State University. I'd like to put a quick plug in for landscaping as a priority. Our shop has been cut beyond the bone. We used to have 17 workers, and now we have fewer than 6 qualified landscapers. I would also like to express my deep appreciation and respect for all the speakers who have come before me and those who have had many years of dedication to the CSU system. My quick point is that we have a new president, Dr. Michael Spagna, once said, it's not how smart you are, it's how you are smart. And I'd like to expand on that by saying that every employee has something unique and invaluable to offer if it can be appreciated and brought forth by the CSU. And I would say that to everyone listening and to the board. We all have something special to give if it can be brought forth and cultivated. And in that spirit, I would just like to say, I love my job and I want to be appreciated for my unique contribution. And with that, I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Kim Guerin and Sylvia Contreras.
Hi, my name is Kim Geron. I'm Professor Emeritus at Cal State East Bay and a member of the CFA's Immigration Task Force. I'm here today to demand that the CSU stop doing business with Axon, who is the major supplier of body cameras and other technology used in immigration enforcement operations. For those unaware, CSU holds contracts with Axon, including with the Chancellor's Office, as well as several CSU campuses. We are asking CSU to terminate its contracts with Axon or any other companies that do business with U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement or the U.S. Customs and Border Protection agencies, given our grave concerns about these agencies' enforcement activities that have resulted in many innocent people being killed and maimed, including most recently Lorenzo Salgado Araujo in Houston and Juan Sebastian Guerrero in Miami, and the ongoing terror of our immigrant communities and peaceful protesters. We thank you for your attention to this serious matter.
Good afternoon. My name is Sylvia Contreras. I worked in the dining hall at CSUB for 25 years before being laid off due to change in contract. I was shocked when I found out that CSUB decision is to change dining service contract would impact my livelihood, healthcare, and the ability to support my family. I have worked at CSUB across contract changes in the past and was able to keep my job. CSUB chose a vendor that does not allow my coworkers and I to keep our jobs that we have dedicated years to. The process of CSUB choosing this vendor should be investigated. There should be a policy in place to provide job security to service workers across contract change. Thank you.
Our next speakers will be Tobias Halpern, Aaron Flaherty, and Rachel Abetia.
Hello. Thank you for having me. As the lead organizer of DFLOC Cal Poly, I feel obligated to address the CSU's partnership with the AI mass surveillance company Flock Safety. Originally intended to be used for parking enforcement, networks of Flock cameras now enable an increasingly authoritarian surveillance state, violate constitutional rights, and endanger the safety of our most vulnerable communities. Cal Poly, in communications with students and staff, lied about Flock's usage. And I call on you now to take a step back and look at what these cameras really mean for your campuses. Officers have stalked romantic partners hundreds of times. Agencies across the country logged dozens of searches targeting peaceful protests. ICE's backdoor into the platform was only recently exposed and rolled back, and dozens of agencies have already realized this technology does more harm than good and canceled their contracts. The CSU boilerplate used by Cal Poly and others gave Flock independent, irrevocable access to our data based on good faith, and hundreds of searches on my campus were mislabeled or not labeled at all in violation of California Civil Code. Cancel the contracts, ban AI surveillance, and hold your colleagues accountable. Thank you.
My name is Ayrton Flaherty. I'm a student at Cal State San Marcos, and I'm with Students for Quality Education. To the Board of Trustees, you should be ashamed of yourselves. I spoke to you twice on the risks and consequences of implementing AI into educational curriculum and the related financial and academic costs to student education in this deal with OpenAI. You decided to put enriching yourselves over the needs of students and faculty, cutting academic programs, laying off lecturers, and downsizing campuses like Sonoma State while giving OpenAI $39 million when the CSU already has a massive budget deficit. You have wasted student tuition and taxpayer dollars to enrich OpenAI, a company complicit in working with this criminal presidential administration to wage a legal war and to terrorize our neighbors. You have directly invested our educational future in death and suffering, and that alone should disqualify you, as you clearly no longer have our academic interests in mind. Chancellor Garcia, you have used your position to enrich yourself by $87,000 in the last year alone on the board of ETS, alongside your $1 million salary and associated perks. You are compromised, do not value the well-being of students, faculty, and staff that depend on this educational system, and should resign in disgrace. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rachel and I'm a philosophy grad student at SGSU and a member of Students for Quality Education. Today I'm here to speak on the CSU's mistreatment of faculty and staff and the terrible working conditions found in the CSU's universities. After being a student at SGSU for the past 3 years and seeing the conditions of classrooms, faculty offices, the abandonment of working educational models for cheap and hollow AI technology, as well as the utter mistreatment of faculty through lacking benefits, less than adequate wages, and attacks on their freedom and academic voice, this makes me unsure of pursuing my previous goal of working for the CSU as a professor. I do not want to work for a system that sees me as less than human. Faculty are the backbone of the system and deserve to be treated as such, specifically with living wages and proper benefits. If the CSU and the board care about their faculty and staff as much as is implied by their website and previous statements, then there needs to be action to show that staff and faculty are cared for. We, as the students and as the people of the People's University, will do whatever it takes to ensure that action is taken to support and protect our faculty and staff. Shame on you.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Andrew Buckley and Thomas Corrigan.
Hello, I'm Andrew Buckley. I'm an English education major and SQE member currently attending Fresno State, and I would like to discuss the budget with you all. A few things stand out to me in particular, namely the gaps in pay between professors and administrators, the investment into AI despite declining literacy rates and inclining academic dishonesty, and the hiking of our tuition with no reflection in the faculty's salaries, the institution's accommodations for mental health crises or disabled students, facilities, the dormitories, keeping professors on their payroll, providing enough classrooms, and so on. I grew up under the same pretense that under these imbalanced systems, people who worked harder and were more integral would be paid more. But please tell me, in what world are the administrators more integral to a school system than the students and educators? In what world does a learning institution prioritize dealings with AI corporations over the actual teaching of its students to read, write, and research on their own? While administrators get car allowances, housing allowances, and uncapped salaries that students are struggling to pay for, our faculty have to beg and strike just to make a living wage. Fund the classroom, not the boardroom. Thank you.
I'm Thomas Corrigan, CSUSB faculty member and communications coordinator for CFA's San Bernardino chapter. This morning, Cal Matters published a scathing report about the CSU's payment of $12 million to settle a case that called the university a, quote, cesspool of gender harassment and discrimination. When 2 women administrators reported harrowing harassment and pay discrimination at CSUSB, their concerns were dismissed as low-grade bias, and they were forced out of their jobs. At trial, CSUSB President Tomas Morales testified that he knew which offices to report discrimination to, but did not. He also did not implement policy changes that could have nipped these issues in the bud. This is a moral outrage with devastating financial, reputational, and human costs. But it gets worse. Tomorrow, Chancellor Garcia is expected to announce that Morales is in good standing and eligible for retreat rights and hundreds of thousands in transition pay. But eligibility is not entitlement. CFA San Bernardino calls on the CSU to launch a prompt, impartial investigation into CSUSB administrators' enabling of and failure to report gender discrimination. And we call on the Chancellor and the board to deny Morales transition pay and retreat rights. Please read CFA San Bernardino and Dr. Weber's written comments on these matters. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers are Ari Ramirez, Talitha Matlin, and Giancarlo Aberejo.
Good afternoon, Board of Trustees. My name is Ari, and I am an undergraduate student at CSULA with SQE. I've given public comment a couple of times over the past 2 years, and I don't know how to properly express how disappointed I am with all of you. For years, I have heard workers demanding you uphold the contracts you promised them. For years, we've asked you to divest from unethical companies so that student tuition funds don't go towards funding genocide. Time and time again, we, the community of students and workers, have been singing the same tune, and it falls on deaf ears. You can pretend to listen to us, give all the excuses you can, and then we see the way you vote. You give yourselves raises while we get nothing. It is clear where your priorities lie, and it's definitely not with anyone that calls the CSU its community. This is a public institution, not a profit-making corporation. If you don't prioritize the faculty, the staff, or the students of the CSU, then you can't claim to serve this institution, and you should resign.
Hello, my name is Talitha Maitland, and I'm a librarian at CSU San Marcos, where I've worked for 15 years. I love my job. I love the San Marcos campus. I love my students, but it's becoming harder and harder to support my family on a faculty salary within the CSU. In San Diego in 2025, inflation went up almost 5%. And in 2026, it's so far gone up over almost 4%. Yet faculty haven't received a raise since 2024, meaning I and other faculty in my county have almost 10% less buying power compared to 2 years ago. The 3% one-time bonus that's being offered by the chancellor is a drop in the bucket compared to what we need in order to continue to live in our communities. I ask you, if you care about the quality of education our students receive, to please do everything in your power to ensure faculty compensation keeps up with inflation so that we can care for ourselves and our families and continue to provide the high-quality education our students deserve. Thank you.
Next up, we have Anna Rose Shellstraight, Tracy Salisbury, and Bertha Luna. Next, we have Akila Ananth, Brian Dolber, and Albert Munoz. Chair Rambula, that concludes public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Corral, and thank you to everyone who provided comment today, both in person and virtually. I'm confident that I speak on behalf of my colleagues on the board when I say that we deeply respect your conviction and value the perspectives you've shared with us today. We will now take a short break and return promptly at 2:55 to continue with our agenda.
Of what the CSU provides, a top-tier education and a promising path forward. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Our campuses consistently rank highly in national indexes for best value, educational quality, and social mobility. Our newest graduates will join 4 million plus alumni ready to power California's economy and fill critical areas such as teaching, health services, and engineering. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Commencement is the joyous culmination of an educational dream for students and all those who supported them. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU congratulates the class of 2026. More than 100,000 students received degrees from our universities this spring in fields ranging from cinematic arts to mechanical engineering. Offering degrees as diverse as our students, the CSU provides students of all ages and backgrounds with life-changing opportunities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. About 65% of our undergrads finish with no student debt. Each graduate is a success story, representing the best of what the CSU provides, a top-tier education and a promising path forward. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Our campuses consistently rank highly in national indexes for best value, educational quality, and social mobility. Our newest graduates will join 4 million plus alumni ready to power California's economy and fill critical areas such as teaching, health services, and engineering. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Commencement is the joyous culmination of an educational dream for students and all those who supported them. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU congratulates the class of 2026. More than 100,000 students received degrees from our universities this spring in fields ranging from cinematic arts to mechanical engineering. Offering degrees as diverse as our students, the CSU provides students of all ages and backgrounds with life-changing opportunities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. About 65% of our undergrads finish with no student debt. Each graduate is a success story, representing the best of what the CSU provides, a top-tier education and a promising path forward. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Our campuses consistently rank highly in national indexes for best value, educational quality, and social mobility. Our newest graduates will join 4 million plus alumni ready to power California's economy and fill critical areas such as teaching, health services, and engineering. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Commencement is the joyous culmination of an educational dream for students and all those who supported them. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU congratulates the class of 2026. More than 100,000 students received degrees from our universities this spring in fields ranging from cinematic arts to mechanical engineering. Offering degrees as diverse as our students, the CSU provides students of all ages and backgrounds with life-changing opportunities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. About 65% of our undergrads finish with no student debt. Each graduate is a success story, representing the best of what the CSU provides, a top-tier education and a promising path forward. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Our campuses consistently rank highly in national indexes for best value, educational quality, and social mobility. Our newest graduates will join 4 million plus alumni ready to power California's economy and fill critical areas such as teaching, health services, and engineering. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Commencement is the joyous culmination of an educational dream for students and all those who supported them. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU congratulates the class of 2026. More than 100,000 students received degrees from our universities this spring in fields ranging from cinematic arts to mechanical engineering. Offering degrees as diverse as our students, the CSU provides students of all ages and backgrounds with life-changing opportunities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. About 65% of our undergrads finish with no student debt. Each graduate is a success story, representing the best of what the CSU provides, a top-tier education and a promising path forward. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Our campuses consistently rank highly in national indexes for best value, educational quality, and social mobility. Our newest graduates will join 4 million plus alumni ready to power California's economy and fill critical areas such as teaching, health services, and engineering. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Commencement is the joyous culmination of an educational dream for students and all those who supported them. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU congratulates the class of 2026. More than 100,000 students received degrees from our universities this spring in fields ranging from cinematic arts to mechanical engineering. Offering degrees as diverse as our students, the CSU provides students of all ages and backgrounds with life-changing opportunities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. About 65% of our undergrads finish with no student debt. Each graduate is a success story, representing the best of what the CSU provides, a top-tier education and a promising path forward. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Our campuses consistently rank highly in national indexes for best value, educational quality, and social mobility. Our newest graduates will join 4 million plus alumni ready to power California's economy and fill critical areas such as teaching, health services, and engineering. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Commencement is the joyous culmination of an educational dream for students and all those who supported them. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU congratulates the class of 2026. More than 100,000 students received degrees from our universities this spring in fields ranging from cinematic arts to mechanical engineering. Offering degrees as diverse as our students, the CSU provides students of all ages and backgrounds with life-changing opportunities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. About 65% of our undergrads finish with no student debt. Each graduate is a success story, representing the best of what the CSU provides, a top-tier education and a promising path forward. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Our campuses consistently rank highly in national indexes for best value, educational quality, and social mobility. Our newest graduates will join 4 million plus alumni ready to power California's economy and fill critical areas such as teaching, health services, and engineering. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Commencement is the joyous culmination of an educational dream for students and all those who supported them. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU congratulates the class of 20...
Before I begin my first report as chair of this board, I'd like to take a moment to recognize several colleagues who are beginning new leadership roles across the CSU. First, I want to extend a really warm welcome to our two newest members of the Board of Trustees, Trustee Evans and Trustee Martinez. Let's give them a round of applause. I don't already want to celebrate one more than the other, but Trustee Martinez, having found out about this appointment, I think about a week ago, adjusted travel schedules to make sure he could be back for this first board meeting, and we really appreciate the commitment both of you have shown in being here and the perspectives you will bring. I'd also like to welcome Artur Gafarov, the new president of the Cal State Student Association. Thank you for stepping into this important leadership role. He is here, though. I've seen him. We shook hands earlier. I really look forward to working with Artur in this role and for his role in helping to elevate student voice across our university. I also want to recognize Dr. Adam Swenson as he begins his term as chair of the System-Wide Academic Senate. Thank you for your continued leadership and steadfast commitment to academic excellence, student success, and shared governance throughout the CSU. And on a personal note, my very first board dinner I ever attended, Adam and I happened to sit next to each other and geek out about competency-based learning. So from that, I knew that I had a shared interest with someone on what it means to truly teach and learn. Thank you for your role. And lastly, I'd also like to acknowledge President Vanya Quiñones as she begins her tenure as president of Cal Poly Pomona. She has served with great distinction as the president of Cal State Monterey Bay. There's no doubt she will continue to bring outstanding leadership to our new campus. Congratulations, President Quiñones. We wish you every success as you begin this exciting new chapter. And one final recognition before you all are required to sit here and listen to me, just talk about me. I want to congratulate our chancellor, who has been named president-elect of the International Association of University Presidents. This well-deserved honor reflects her exceptional leadership and will further elevate the CSU's global voice and influence as we continue preparing students to succeed in an increasingly interconnected world. Again, congratulations, Chancellor Garcia. Okay, now to my part. I think most of you who have served on this board with me for a while know that I think in bullet points, so it shouldn't surprise you that I have 3 things to share with you today. The first is a little bit more about myself. The second is about the role that I hope that we play as a board. And then the third is a bit about this moment in time that we collectively are in. So about me. The first thing you need to know is that I'm the son to 2 unbelievable parents. My mom and my dad they're just the best. I truly believe that I won the lottery of what it means to be a kid. You also need to know that I'm a lifelong educator, to my core. Both of these things shape how I think about this work that we do, and so I want to tell you a bit more about them. My dad, Juan, is the first in his family born here in this country. Born in Brownsville, Texas, which if you know Texas is literally just across the border. Education transformed his life. He grew up in the fields. He used to play the trumpet, and he didn't love playing the trumpet, but his band teacher would come grab him from the fields because it was the only thing that his parents would say yes to for him not to be working. At 9, 10, 11, his band teacher would drive out to the fields, pick him up and say, "Oh, we need Juan, because we don't have a trumpet player." They didn't need Juan. He just knew that he would benefit from being in school. He didn't speak a word of English when he started in 1st grade. And 13 years later, he was accepted to Harvard. And his guidance counselor told him, "Don't go, because you'll just drop out and be back home picking 6 weeks from now." And in some ways, that was actually the best thing that could have happened to him. Because about 5 to 6 weeks in, he was ready to drop out. And he said he would never give her the benefit of being right about that. He used that education to transform his life, to transform the life that I lead, that I get to give to my daughters, and to transform our community, going from the fields here in the Central Valley up to the state assembly. I'm so deeply proud of that legacy and deeply believe that education can change lives because I've seen it firsthand. And those who live in Fresno, my hometown, know that while my dad gets a lot of the headlines, the person who really makes this all run is my mom, Amy. Together, they have transformed a community. When I was 8, there were 4 of us in public schools. I'm the third of 4 kids. And so my dad decided to run for school board. As a trained lawyer, he had no idea what it took. And so my mom said, great, I will go run your campaign. And she ran a campaign to both unseat some longstanding school board members and then bring together the most transformative school board. That catapulted my parents to being community change agents. They didn't know what they were signing up for in that first moment, but every time a new problem popped up, they just raised their hand to say someone has to do something about it. So for those of you who are lifelong Californians, you will remember in 1994 when Prop 87 hit the ballot. Again, my parents just knew it was wrong. And we knew we could not stand for Prop 187. And so what did they do? They both quit jobs and decided to run a campaign against Prop 187 in the Central Valley. So imagine being a kid in that household. They never once told me this is what you're supposed to do. They just every day did it. And so between my siblings and I, every one of us understands that it is our right and our responsibility to make our communities better. That's what I hope that I try to do every day here and that I believe all of us are trying to do together. Okay, so that's my family. Those are my amazing parents. And you need to understand that I'm an educator. We're still on the first part. This is just about me and shaping this piece. I love being a classroom teacher. I was a high school history teacher. I taught government and history. It is still to this day the most fun I have ever had, getting to work directly with young people, see the light in their eyes, see them work through challenges and get to grow them. I was a high school principal, and I've had multiple roles supporting principals, superintendents, teachers in various public schools across the country. In every one of those, I learned a couple of things. The first is that relationships are at the center of learning. Learning doesn't happen out of a book alone. It happens with other humans. That learning is hard. It's meant to be hard. And when it happens, it is joyful and amazing, both as a teacher and as a student. And so I'm so deeply appreciative to our faculty who sit at the center of that every single day, searching to make it hard and then easy and joyful. The second thing that I've learned is that it doesn't happen alone. That even as a great classroom teacher, I needed principals behind me. I needed amazing staff at the front. And all of us together were in service of educating those students. It's no different, even though all of my experience is in K-12, it's no different here at the university level. That teaching and learning is at the center. It requires humanity and relationships, and we must do it together. That's why it's so important that as a CSU, we work together. Our faculty who inspire curiosity, our advisors who help students navigate uncertainty, our staff who remove barriers, our alumni who champion and support our students throughout all of this, our presidents who set a vision for these universities, every member of the chancellor's office who charts a path and supports for the entire and provides support for the entire system, and this board in providing the governance and the policy and the oversight that allows our universities to thrive. No one can do it alone. We all need each other. Okay, that's enough about me. Now let's talk about us as a board. Jack was wonderful when he was chair in reminding us that it is not our responsibility to manage the day-to-day operations of this amazing and really large university system. It's on us to ask thoughtful questions, exercise sound judgment, provide strategic oversight, and ensure that every decision we make advances the CSU's mission. We ensure that we have the right leaders and create the conditions that allow others to succeed. And I'm really happy to say that almost 6 years in on this board, as I look around at the Chancellor's office and our presidents, that this is the strongest leadership team I have seen, helping to champion the important work that we have to do. From our Chancellor to our Vice Chancellors to our 22 university presidents, thank you for the work you do in helping to make sure that our universities serve our students. We didn't get to this place as a board by mistake. We got here because we are fortunate to have had amazing board members and board leadership who have come before me. Chair Kimbell helped lead the board through one of the most challenging periods in our system's history. She provided steady leadership when our university needed it the most. Chair Wenda Fong restored stability and helped develop and refine policies and procedures that will guide our work for years to come. She reinforced the collaborative spirit that continues to define this board, and she did it with grace and kindness. And most recently, Chair Jack Clark strengthened our understanding of sound governance, reminding us that our role as trustees is to provide careful oversight while supporting the leadership of the Chancellor, of the Chancellor's office, and of our university presidents. I am grateful to each of them, not only for their leadership, but for their mentorship, their friendship, and the example that they have set for me and for all of us. Can we give them a round of applause? We cannot take the work they have done for granted. We must remain laser focused on ensuring that we are meeting the needs of our students, our faculty, and our staff. And we must also take the incredibly strong foundation that they have given us to begin to look beyond today's challenges and think boldly about what comes next. That is our challenge. That is our responsibility. And that takes us to this moment in time. Our country and our education system have gone through monumental shifts before. For those of you who like me, read a lot about education history. I've spent a fair amount of time thinking about and reading about education history. You may remember that at the turn of the last century, during the Industrial Revolution, we had millions of people moving into cities for the first time. There was no country in the world that provided free public universal high school. And with millions of people leaving farms and coming into cities, no one thought it was possible to do that. And this crazy idea, this incredibly equitable idea to say no matter where you're from, no matter how much money you have, you can and will get a high school education, happened. And it was transformational for the young people it served and for these communities. It also put in place some of the building blocks that exist still today. The Committee of 10 in 1896 created the courses that we study. 1896, they created the courses that we study. In 1906, the Carnegie Foundation created the Carnegie Unit, saying that learning was defined by an amount of time. Those pieces needed to transform that piece of school stick with us today. We are in a moment again today of deep and needed transformation. The challenges we face today are different than the challenges of the Industrial Revolution, but they are no less significant. Many of us know this. Technology is changing how we work. Employers are rethinking the skills they value. Students are asking new questions about when, where, and how they learn. The pace of change continues to accelerate. As former Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said, the pace of change has never been this fast, and it will never be this slow again. As trustees, our charge is not simply to respond to those changes, it's to think strategically about what they mean for the future of the CSU and the remarkable students we serve. Artificial intelligence is but one example that we are up against today. Too often when we talk about it, the question starts and ends with, should we be using ChatGPT? We have such a bigger job to do here as a board of trustees, though. Artificial intelligence will require us to reconsider the future of education and higher education itself, its value. Just as those leaders before us have done in previous generations, we must consider some fundamental questions. For whom is education? Is it just for a group of 18 to 22-year-olds straight out of high school? Or is it actually for a larger group of students in our community? What does an education mean? Is it still the same set of courses created in 1896 by the Committee of 10? Or are there new skills and content that matter in this moment in time? How do we teach? What can and should that look like? Where is that teaching happening? And lastly, how do we signal all of this to the outside world? Is it still a diploma and a GPA alone that serve as the best communication about what a student knows and can do? I don't have the answers to these questions, and we as a board shouldn't come up with them alone. We should begin a conversation as a board and invite in our faculty, our staff, our students, and our alumni to contribute to these conversations as we think about not only how we meet today's challenges, but prepare for a future that we don't know. None of us know what the future will look like in 10, 20, or 30 years. If we can bring those voices together, we might be able to reimagine the purpose of higher education, the role that we here at the CSU play alongside our community college partners and our partners at the UC. Think about the courses we teach and the courses we require for admission. Think about the ways in which we teach those courses and the ways in which we capture information and share it with students and the employers who they will go work for. If, like me, you believe that education can be transformative, whether it's my dad's story or your own, if, like me, you believe that we have a responsibility to step up when the time is called, if, like me, you believe that education is at its core about relationships and joyful learning, and if, like me, you believe that great education takes all of us working together, then please join me in supporting our current strategic plan and getting ready to think big and bold about the next strategic plan. Californians expect nothing less from us. It will be more than updating a document. It will be thinking boldly about a future and engaging deeply with all of our partners, both inside of the system and across all higher education systems. Innovation doesn't require us to abandon our values. In fact, it asks us to lean into them even more. That's the work I hope this board will embrace together. I'm almost done, I promise. The last thing I'll do in honor of the World Cup just finishing, and in honor of my favorite fictional optimist, Ted Lasso, is think about one word, the word believe. I ask you to believe that this is possible. Sometimes it can feel impossible to do this kind of big change. I ask you to believe in the potential of the students we serve. Anyone in this room who gets to work alongside them knows that their potential is limitless. I ask you to believe in the amazingness of our faculty and our staff. And I ask you to believe that when we work together, we can get hard things done. As I look ahead, I do so with optimism because I believe that the people who make the CSU extraordinary, our students, our faculty, our staff, our university and system leaders, our alumni, and this board. Every day I see the talent, the resilience, and the commitment that is going to make this possible. And I believe that the California State University, as an institution, can transform lives, expand opportunity, and strengthen California. If we remain grounded in our mission, willing to ask bold questions, and committed to working together, I have no doubt that we will continue to lead the nation, not simply by responding to the future, but by helping to create it. That's the future I believe in. Okay. Thank you all for listening. I'm going to close out by turning to our final video in the series launched by Trustee Clark during his tenure. Jack envisioned these videos as a way to highlight the remarkable students, faculty, staff, and programs that make the CSU so extraordinary. And they've become a meaningful and inspirational addition to our board meetings. Building on that vision, I look forward to expanding how we tell the CSU story. Future videos will reflect the priorities of CSU Forward, while also serving as a valuable resource beyond these meetings, helping to showcase our universities to prospective students, alumni, donors, policymakers, and communities throughout California. Today's video is especially timely. It highlights how the Cal Poly Maritime Academy is preparing students for careers that support California's and the nation's growing blue economy. And it comes in an exciting moment for the CSU, following the integration of Cal Maritime and Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. By bringing together the distinctive strengths of both institutions, the integration expands what's possible for our students, for our universities, and for California. Let's take a look.
Cal Poly Maritime Academy is the only maritime academy on the West Coast. And now, as part of Cal Poly, its reputation, its reach, grounded in learn by doing, the foundation for these students has never been stronger. My name is Captain Bannister, and I have the pleasure of being the captain on board the training ship Golden Bear since 2022. I was a student here, and as a student, I gained real-life skills and experiences that opened up the world to me. I worked and sailed across the globe. I made it to Master Mariner, but I wanted to come back to teach the next generation of mariners and give back what was given to me. I've lived this life. I've seen the world from the bridge, and I've watched the industry change. The blue economy is entering its next chapter. Ports, logistics, energy, climate, trade in the Pacific Rim, the need for great maritime leaders has never been more vital for California and our country. And we're building them right here. Students like Tyler Venator are proof of that. Tyler is a fourth-year mechanical engineering student. He commands the Corps of Cadets, and he's third-generation Cal Poly Maritime Academy. Tyler is not just preparing for the job, he is already doing it.
Growing up, my dad told me all the stories about Cal Poly Maritime Academy. He told me about his time during summer sea term, the Pacific, and all the islands they went to. I was amazed to hear that that was a thing you could do in college. And when I came into Cal Poly Maritime Academy, I got on the ship and I got to see the engine room spaces, and I thought, this is the place that I want to go. Learn by doing means getting your hands dirty, getting problems solved by getting up out of your chair. When I change into my blues and I get down to the engine room, I know what to do and I know where to do it. I think that we have real-world experiences that are unparalleled. We are not just trained in the classroom, academically. We're also trained, as leaders and as actual doers. Day one, when we get those jobs after graduation, we have actual real-world experience that not a lot of other students get. With Cal Poly behind Cal Poly Maritime Academy, it changes the scale of what's possible. We have a greater network, a broader reach. Cal Poly is also allowing us to have the proper resources to train our sailors better with newer technology that we didn't have before.
California's maritime industry is on the cusp of a new era, with the Golden State arriving in 2027, a state-of-the-art training vessel with cutting-edge classrooms, dual bridges, 2 engine rooms, a new pier, and expanded capacity. The next era of Cal Poly Maritime Academy is already underway. This is Learn by Doing in action.
I'd like to thank everyone at Cal Poly Maritime Academy for sharing that inspiring story and for the extraordinary work you do every day to prepare the next generation of maritime leaders. That concludes my report. I will now turn it over to the Chair of the Academic Senate. Chair Swenson, take it away.
Thank you, Chair Ramville. Hey, no clapping yet. don't set the expectations too high. Got to bring it down. So, you can see how this is going to go. So thanks, Chair Rambula. I want to begin by acknowledging that we're on the lands of the Tongva, Gabrielino, Ahad Shemin, and Juaneño nations who have lived and continue to live here. We recognize their spiritual connection to the ocean and the land as the first stewards and traditional caretakers of this area we now call Long Beach. As we begin, we thank them for their strength, perseverance, and resistance. And I also want to acknowledge Chair Boyd for beginning all her reports like this. Growing up in Washington, she learned at least a little bit about local American Indian history in school. But when I grew up right here in Long Beach, that history was completely absent. I paid attention in class, but I could not have named whose lands these are, until the ASCSU adopted the land acknowledgement, I think under Chair Collins. So I appreciate that this practice lets me acknowledge, admittedly mispronounced, the people whose lands I've spent so much of my life upon. So I'm going to do three things in this report. Introduce my colleagues, share a little bit about ASCSU priorities, and close with a little update about some pending legislation. So, introductions. Hi. I'm Adam Swenson, and I now have the honor of serving as the chair of the Academic Senate of the California State University. I'm a professor of philosophy at Cal State Northridge, where I've been since 2006. And officially, my expertise is philosophical and ethical issues around pain and pain medicine. But my work these days is eclectic, let's put it that way. I love playing in other people's sandboxes. Just to give you a sense, I'm finishing up a paper right now with my research group over at the USC Pain Center entitled Evaluating the Val-158-MET Polymorphism of the Catechol-O methyltransferase gene as a predictor of anxiety and pain severity. And yeah, I'm actually the first author on that, so weird. A decade ago, I discovered a very deep and abiding passion for software development and started writing computer programs to help me teach better. And that's led to all sorts of weird side projects, like creating an app that my campus uses for all its elections and some meetings, and another which manages the ASCSU's resolution process. So eclectic's one word. Scattered, idiosyncratic, I don't know. Now let me stop talking about myself, because I hate doing that, and talk instead about the fantastic team, well, most of which you see here next to me today. Many of you will recognize the man with the giant grin. Yeah, sitting right to my right. Robert Collins is a professor of American Indian Studies at San Francisco State University. He's an expert on African and Native American interactions in North, Central, and South America. He has co-curated many amazing exhibits, including at least one with the Smithsonian. If you do not at some point corner him and get him talking about his multifaceted and multidisciplinary research, you are sorely missing out. I am deeply grateful that, having done more than his share and serving 2 exemplary terms as ASCSU chair during COVID, no less, Rob has returned to the executive committee as the vice chair. And with these 2 seasoned past chairs, I'm pretty sure this is the most experienced executive committee the ASCSU's had. So between the 2 of them, there should be no way that I screw this up. Should is a word. You all have Betsy warned you there was going to be bad jokes, so, you were warned. So you all have the pleasure of meeting our secretary, Laura Talamonte, at the next meeting. Laura is a historian at Dominguez Hills and does amazing work bringing a feminist lens to French history. And she's in France right now, which is just utterly terrible. I feel so bad for her. And so she cannot stop me from telling you that she recently received the prestigious Tyler Stovall Western Society for French History Mission Prize, which honors scholars who combat structural iniquities in French history and promote inclusion with their work. I wanted to work in a bunch of bad French jokes, but then remembered that I cannot speak French, not even a little bit, so c'est la vie. Our members at large are James Pitts and Megan O'Donnell, who conveniently sat in the opposite order. Thank you. James Pitts is professor of criminology at CSU Fresno. His research into systematic infringement of prisoners' rights and issues of police brutality highlights real ways that the justice system can be reformed. One reason I wanted James on my team was that we share very similar values, but we very frequently and very productively disagree. But I can talk a good game about what the justice system should be like, but that Marine Corps veteran who teaches Fresno's future police officers can actually tell you how to do it. And James is also basically filled with music. He is a professional bassist, which is the only acceptable non-drum instrument, just so you know. And if you stand next to him more than 3 minutes, songs will start spilling out. He's basically like a human radio tuned to the best station. Megan is a senior lecturer of social, political, and constitutional history at Cal State Monterey Bay. She's a historian who works on nationalism and identity, the evolution of democratic institutions, and the dynamics of social and political movements. Now, your ears did not deceive you. I did just say lecturer in introducing Megan. While lecturers are the majority of the faculty on many campuses, she's the first lecturer, I think ever, that we've had on our executive committee. This is as important as it is overdue. Now, both Megan and James are newish, but were so deeply talented that I had to twist their arms to get them, I wasn't going to let them escape serving on this executive committee. And I am grateful for your willingness/weakness, potato. But Megan is so talented that I begged her to run for exec, even though today is the first time that I've ever met her in person, and I barely recognized her without the little box and name thingy. And so finally, the woman that needs no introduction, the incomparable, inestimable, and impossibly good at everything, Elizabeth Betsy Boyd. She's both one of my dearest friends and the subject of my current deep loathing for having set the bar so high that it looks like a tiny dot way up there in the sky. At least I think that's what that dot is. It's either the bar that I must jump over or it is Pluto. Since she spent the last 2 years dazzling you with her incredible leadership, deep understanding of the CSU and California higher education, legislative acumen, and eloquence, you might have forgotten that she's also an expert entomologist. Her specialty is biocontrol, which is basically using insects to solve problems. You got a weed, Betsy's got a weevil. You got a bug, Betsy's got a wasp. And since that can't be enough, again, since the love and irritation simultaneously equal measures, she is also a fantastic and dedicated teacher. And for proof, I want to be very clear that when I just said bug, I meant something from the order Hemiptera, not just any creepy crawly, and wasps are clearly Hymenoptera. And if a simple country philosopher didn't even have to look that up, imagine what her students know. It's no wonder that a lot of California's agriculture depends on pest control specialists that she has trained. So let me briefly touch on a few themes for the upcoming year. And in short, we're going to build on the hard work done under Chair Boyd to make the ASCSU more ineffective. Wow, that was a Freudian slip. Let's hope. Make the ASCSU more effective in its mission internally and continue increasing our engagement in Sacramento. For a very long time, ASCSU largely shied away from legislation. The world did allow us to be mostly inwardly focused and the guardians of academic freedom and the stewards of the curriculum by focusing just what's going on inside the CSU. But over the past few years, we've come to recognize that protecting our students' education requires the ASCSU to be much more actively involved, and we've accordingly ramped up our efforts. For example, Chair Boyd testified before the legislature 4 times last year, which is, I believe, quadruple the previous record. We will continue to establish ourselves as trusted voices in the legislature and elsewhere on behalf of our students. And at the same time, touching on a theme that Chair Arambula mentioned, we, the faculty, both by tradition and by the board's direction, are the stewards of the curriculum. And that means that as the world changes, it's incumbent on us to continue ensuring that the CSU continues to provide students with what they need to innovate and succeed in meaningful careers while also thriving as members and defenders of a democracy. So speaking of legislation, We, along with the UC faculty, continue this summer to press for changes to Assembly Bill 2236. Chair Boyd has mentioned that to you a few times in the past, but just to remind you, this bill does have the best of intentions. It tries to improve transfer as the community colleges are bringing online their common course numbering system. Unfortunately, there's several details to the bill that will harm students, especially those in STEM disciplines and in programs which are carefully tuned to meet local workforce needs. In brief, the bill directs ICUS, which are the faculty leaders of the three segments, to develop a process for accepting courses across the whole community college system, rather than institution by institution, using their common course numbering templates. Now, that's a perfectly fine directive. It's also an utterly unnecessary directive, because at the May meeting of ICUS, after over a year of, I think the right word is vigorous discussion, the three segments signed a memo that does exactly this. The bill would force us to go back to the drawing board and replace this agreement with something that may hurt our students, or actually, I am confident will hurt our students. And there are two main concerns. First, the bill removes our ability to consider individual courses for articulation. Currently, faculty and articulation officers do a lot of work to maximize the credit that a transfer student receives for the community college courses. We look at the details of the courses they've taken and do everything we can to double count them or substitute them for requirements in any place that we can. But by prohibiting us from doing this, by forcing us to not look at individual courses, 2236 will undermine its own aims and slow time to degree. Second, and most worryingly, the bill mandates that if a template is 70% similar to a CSU course, we have to accept it for credit. Now, given a 15-week semester, that means each transfer student could come in having missed 5 weeks of a major preparation course, potentially in every single course that they come in having taken. And different students in the same class transferring in may well have missed different parts of the course. Our transfer students will arrive without the same preparation as their homegrown classmates. And while we never require 100% or anything close to 100% alignment when we do articulation, we do a ton of work behind the scenes to make sure that the variation isn't in core things. This bill just completely omits all of that. In some disciplines, like mine and philosophy, where the curriculum is loosely coupled, it will probably be okay. But in a highly sequenced STEM or accounting program, this will be ruinous if we can't get it changed in the bill. So we're going to continue working on that. In closing, now for happier things, I want to express the ASCSU's deep, deep, deep gratitude for now former trustee Darlene E. Melikar and for her 3 years of exemplary service on this board. You'll no doubt have noticed not just her conspicuous absence, but that a successor has not yet been appointed, leaving you without a faculty voice inside the horseshoe. The ASCSU Executive Committee is always here to help answer questions or provide the faculty perspective. Indeed, at the last meeting, we were very happy when you directed a couple of questions to Chair Boyd. And during this transitional period, when you don't have a faculty trustee, please remember that you do have some faculty right here. Obviously, we are no substitute. The faculty trustee is a faculty member who is a trustee, whereas we are elected representatives and representing the faculty. But we will be very happy to help as best we can until we get you a faculty trustee. Thank you, Chair Rambula. This concludes my report, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chair Swenson. Appreciate it. We'll now hear our next report from the Cal State Student Association, or CSSA, President Gaffarov. Man, I practiced it. I'm going to do it again because getting names right matters. We're now going to hear our next report from our CSSA President, Gaffarov.
Thank you, Chair. That was perfect. Every student remembers the first day they walked into a CSU campus, the first professor who believed in them, the first exam they thought they failed, the first friend who made campus feel like home, the first moment they realized they belonged. For many, it is also the first in their family to attend college, the first to chase a dream that once felt out of reach, the first step toward changing the course of their family's future. Today, as I deliver my first report to this board, I carry those firsts with me. Thank you, Chair Rambola, and good morning, trustees, Chancellor Garcia, university presidents, faculty, staff, students, and everyone joining us today. Before I begin, I would like to congratulate you, Chair Rambola, on your new role leading this board. Additionally, I would like to congratulate and welcome our new student trustee, Jackson Martinez. CSSA looks forward to continuing to work with you and the body in service of CSU students. Congratulations. For those who have not yet had the pleasure of meeting, my name is Artur Gofrov, and I have the privilege of serving as the president of California State Student Association. CSSA is recognized by the CSU Board of Trustees and the California State Legislature as the official voice of the CSU students. That responsibility is not symbolic to me, it is personal. It means that when I sit here, I do not sit here alone. I sit here carrying the voices, experiences, and hopes of 500,000 students across the California State University system. It is an honor to provide this report on their behalf. I'm a fourth-year student at one and only truly historic San Jose State University, pursuing my degree in corporate operations and supply chain management. Last year, I had the honor of serving CSSA as the Vice President of Finance, and through that role, I saw firsthand how deeply students care about the system and how much responsibility comes with representing them. I come into this role shaped by a lesson I learned long before I sat in a boardroom. When people only take care of themselves, the most vulnerable are left behind. That lesson has followed me through every space I have served in. It reminds me that student leadership is not about being the loudest person in the room. It's about making sure the students who are not in the room are still heard. It's about choosing community, and especially when the work is hard. And it is about remembering that the student voice is not just one perspective among many. It is the perspective of the people, most directly shaped by the decisions made in this room. I'm also honored to be joined in this work by the incredible executive team of CSSA. Tia Saunders serves as the CSSA chair. Tia earned her BA in psychology from Chico State and is now in her second year of master's program in marriage and family therapy, also from Chico State. Before joining CSSA, she has served as the Associated Students President on her campus. Brandon Trigo Foley serves as CSSA Vice President of Finance. Brandon is a San Francisco State University alum and previously served back-to-back terms as SF State's Associated Students President. This fall, he begins a Master's of Public Administration program with a focus on ethical AI. Rodrigo Rojas Garfias, was that right? Thank you. Serves as CSSA Vice President of Legislative Affairs. Rodrigo is a second-year student at Cal State San Marcos, majoring in kinesiology, movement science, and political science. Before serving in CSSA, he was a member of CSUSM Lobby Corps. And Ashley Smith serves as CSSA Vice President of System-Wide Affairs. Ashley is a first-year graduate student beginning her Master's of Science in Higher Education at Cal State Fullerton. Prior to being elected to CSSA Executive Office, Ashley served as Director of External Affairs at CSU's SB's ASI. As we begin this year, I want to acknowledge the final state budget and what it means for our students. CSSA is grateful to Governor Newsom, the California Legislature, Chancellor Garcia, the Chancellor's Office, this board, campus leaders, student leaders, and every advocate who raised their voice for the California State University. Because of collective advocacy, the final budget outcome reflects continued support for the CSU and protects critical investments into our system. But gratitude cannot be where the conversation ends. For students, the budget is a class seat. The budget is a counseling appointment. The budget is a basic needs resource. The budget is a staff who helps them stay enrolled. The budget is a program that makes graduation possible. So while we're thankful for the progress made, we must also remain clear. Fully funded public higher education is the foundation of access, equity, workforce development, and opportunity in California. When the CSU is funded, students do not just attend college, they persist. They graduate, they enter the workforce, they support their families, they serve their communities, they move California forward. This past weekend, CSSA held our first plenary of the year, and we're grateful to have been joined by Trustee Fajardo, Vice Chancellor Perez, Vice Chancellor Gonzalez, Chair Swenson, and Alumni Council Executive Director Jody Braverman. We had powerful discussions, and I left feeling energized with a deep sense of hope. Student leaders from across our 22 campuses came together to begin the work of representing their peers with courage, care, and urgency. They came with stories from their campuses, concerns from their communities, and a clear commitment to protecting the promise of higher education. What stood out to me the most was their purpose. These are students who understand that advocacy is about responsibility. It's about listening clearly, speaking honestly, and making sure students who may never sit in a boardroom still have their experiences reflected in the decisions made here. This is the spirit CSSA brings to this year. Gratitude for the progress we made, honesty about the challenges ahead, and a deep commitment to partnership that is centered on students. As our board begins developing this year's policy agenda, several issues are already clear. First, mental health must remain one of the highest priorities. Mental health is not a side conversation. It is one of the conditions that determines whether students can persist. A student cannot fully engage in class if they're carrying crisis alone. A student cannot thrive if support is only available when the pain fits within business hours. CSU students have been clear. Access to high quality, timely, culturally responsive mental health care is essential. After-hours care, counseling availability, wellness services, and prevention efforts are fundamental parts of students' success. That is not only a higher education issue, it's a human issue. Second, we must continue addressing basic needs, housing, and affordability. Too many students are asking how to pay rent, how to afford groceries, how to commute to campus, how to cover books, and how to stay enrolled when cost of attendance keep rising. No student should have to choose between academic success and basic survival. If we commit to prioritizing graduation, then we must prioritize the conditions that make graduation possible. Third, we must prepare students for the future of work, especially in the world being reshaped by artificial intelligence. Students are not only asking how they can survive college, they're asking whether college is preparing them for the world they're about to enter. As AI transforms industries, CSU students must not be left reacting to change, they must be prepared to lead it. That means access to ethical AI education, workforce readiness, digital literacy, and opportunities that ensure CSU graduates remain competitive, adaptive, and ready to shape the future of California. And finally, we must continue strengthening shared governance and student voice. I'm grateful for the partnership CSSA has already had with Chancellor's Office, this board, campus leaders, faculty and staff, and system-wide partners. This partnership matters. It is how we move from conversations to action. And as we move forward, our goal is to make the partnership even stronger. Students feel the impact of decisions deeply and immediately. That is why student voice must remain present early, consistently, and meaningfully in the conversations that shape the system. Because the CSU cannot fully understand its future without listening to the students living that future right now. We will be honest, we will be solution-oriented, and we will be student-centered. And above all, we will remember who this work is for. I begin today by talking about firsts. Every student remembers a first. Today we have the opportunity to shape what those firsts become. A first generation graduate, a first career, a first opportunity to give back to their family, a first dream realized. Because every decision we make has the power to become someone's next first, their next opportunity, their next breakthrough, their next reason to believe that the future they imagined is within reach. That is the promise of California State University, and I cannot think of a greater responsibility and greater privilege than fulfilling that promise. Thank you, Chair Rambula. This concludes my report, and on behalf of CSSA, we're ready to get to work. Thank you.
Thank you, President Gafarov. We will now hear our next report from CSU Alumni Council President Adrienne Harrell. Take it away.
Thank you, Chair Arambula, and congratulations on your first meeting as the chair of the CSU Board of Trustees. It is an honor to be with you all today as I begin my second term as the president of the CSU Alumni Council. Joining me on the 2026-2027 Executive Committee are President-elect Cedric Spencer from Cal State San Bernardino, immediate past President John Poley from Cal Poly Pomona, Joseph Wong from Sonoma State as Secretary, Treasurer John Gomes from Fresno State, Member at Large Marisol Barajas from Cal State Long Beach, Programs Committee Chair Crystal Weimer Lucero from Cal State San Bernardino, and Alumni Director Representative Lori Brockett from CSU San Marcos. And of course, Alumni Trustee Larry Adamson from Cal State LA. I want to begin by congratulating the new leadership of CSSA and ASCSU and thank their appointed liaisons for joining our June Alumni Council meeting. We appreciate their engagement with CSU Alumni Council and look forward to partnering as we continue to elevate the role of alumni in our shared efforts to support students and strengthen the university. As I look back on last year, it's clear just how important alumni are to the future of the CSU. Across our campuses, alumni inspire students, providing them access to careers and inspiring them to degree completion. Stories of these rewarding alumni students' connections are told frequently by our universities and the system. The story of one alumna left an imprint on me, and I'd like to share it with you. At age of 7, Artemis Patrick left Iran during the revolution, arriving in California with no knowledge of English and was raised by foster parents. While earning her bachelor's degree, Artemis held various jobs, including serving drinks at a comedy club, taking tourists around Fisherman's Wharf as a pedicab driver, before discovering her love for retail. It was while working in retail that Artemis decided to enroll in the MBA program at San Francisco State. She credits the flexibility of the program as it allowed her to take night classes and complete her degree while working full-time. It was during one of these night classes that a fellow classmate introduced her to duty-free shops, which, along with Sephora, is owned by LVMH. She began working as a planning assistant for one of LVMH's subsidiaries, and 5 years after earning her graduate degree at San Francisco State, Artemis joined Sephora North America. 18 years later, Artemis now serves as president and CEO of Sephora North America, where she leads the biggest retailer of personal care and beauty products with nearly 850 retail stores in the US and Canada, and another 1,100 stores in Kohl's stores. Seeing the impact of our graduates have on the world around them and hearing their inspiring stories like Artemis makes me proud to be made in the CSU. These stories motivate and serve as further proof of the CSU's importance. On that note, I'd like to thank our elected officials for believing in the power of the CSU and providing critical funding needed to support student success. That investment helped approximately 125,000 students graduate this past year and enter California's workforce as CSU alumni. It is an honor to welcome these graduates into our alumni community, but I also want to recognize the incredible work of our campus alumni offices. Every commencement season, our alumni network grows by thousands of new graduates, and with it, the responsibility of helping them stay connected to the CSU throughout their lives. This is no small task. To our alumni professionals across the system, thank you for your dedication and the meaningful work that you do to build lifelong relationship with our alumni. Your efforts are seen, appreciated, and make a difference. Before I conclude, I want to thank each and every one of you, our trustees, for your steadfast leadership, your dedication to the California State University, and for taking the time to celebrate our graduates by attending commencement ceremonies across the state. Your presence sends a powerful message to our students that their achievements matter, and the CSU community is proud of all they have accomplished. Thank you, Chair Arambula. I look forward to what this year holds, and I'm excited for the opportunity to work with you and all the trustees. This concludes my report.
Thank you, President Harrell, for your report. With that, it is now my pleasure to turn it over to Chancellor Garcia for her report.
Thank you, Chair Arambula. I want to begin by joining the chair in recognizing several truly outstanding leaders attending their first CSU board meeting in new roles. Trustee Evans and Trustee Martinez, Chair Swenson, and President Gaffaroff, welcome to you all. Bienvenidos. Thank you for bringing your intellect, your skills, your lived experiences, and your heart and love for the CSU. It is sincerely and deeply appreciated. I also welcome President Quiñones to Southern California and her presidency at Cal Poly Pomona, a university I am certain she will lead to even greater heights. Welcome. And Dr. Lawson, please accept my deep appreciation for stepping up to serve as executive in charge as President Quiñones leaves her institution, and that you will stay in that position until interim President Carlos Vargas Abulto begins his tenure on August 1st. Thank you very much. On behalf of all of us around this dais, we thank you for serving this time of transition. And tomorrow I'll say more about interim President Vargas Abulto tomorrow during the meeting of the Committee on University and Faculty Personnel. Now, of course, our chair, being humble, left one person off his list, and that is the chair himself. Chair Arambula, your first report was nothing short of inspiring. Love the story of your family and where you are going with the CSU. And while I haven't thought about Ted Lasso in a long time, I do know that I too believe, and I look forward to our partnership as we, as all of us, reimagine how the CSU will best serve the students of today and tomorrow while strengthening our position as a national model for regional public universities for decades to come. And before I continue, I believe a note of congratulation is in order. Chair Arambula, with everything he has on his plate, his siblings, and some childhood friends, turned business partners and were recently honored by Downtown Fresno with the 2026 State of Downtown Build It Award for their work to lovingly preserve, restore, and renovate a beautiful and historic one-year home, transforming it into Moses McQueen, a vibrant bar and restaurant that has already made an invaluable contribution to downtown Fresno nightlife. I give Moses McQueen 5 stars. And believe me, I speak from experience here. And don't skip the catfish tacos and the interesting cocktails. Congratulations, Chair Arambula. As most of you are aware, there have been 2 extremely positive developments out of Sacramento over the past month. First, on June 22nd, Governor Newsom announced the Veterans and Affordable Housing Bond Act of 2026, which includes the CSU, and if passed, would provide the CSU with $175 million to support the construction of affordable housing for our students. You will learn more about the bond and its implications for the CSU during the meeting of the Committee on Government Relations, when we will ask the board to endorse this proposition. For now, I want to thank the governor, as well as Pro Tem Limon and Speaker Rivas, for prioritizing this for the CSU. And of course, we received additional good news on the evening of June 29th, when we learned that Governor Newsom had signed the 2627 California Budget Act into law. As you'll hear detailed tomorrow in the meeting of the Committee on Finance, the final budget provides the CSU with nearly $510 million in additional ongoing funding. While the final budget, let's be clear, is not a panacea and does not reverse years of chronic underfunding, Together with tuition revenue, this new ongoing funding fully funds the board's budget plan and supports the continued implementation of CSU Forward. This is a powerful affirmation of the administration and legislators' belief in the CSU, our mission, and our values, and I am extremely grateful for their support. I am also grateful to our university presidents and their teams, our advocacy and state relations team in Sacramento, CSU students, faculty and staff and alumni, and all of the members of the extended CSU community, representing all of our constituencies and stakeholder groups for their hard work and powerful advocacy, which were instrumental in bringing about these two excellent and consequential outcomes. Mil gracias, everyone. You made a difference. It's been some time since our last board meeting. In fact, because we moved up our May meeting in consideration of commencement season, this is the longest break between meetings since I began as chancellor. So I'm going to take this opportunity to quickly review the 4 performance objectives of the CSU Forward. Just as important, I want to take a moment to discuss why I review them so frequently and why I think it's so important that those who present before this board always indicate how their work ties to and advances the strategic plan objectives. So here they are, and if you know them, you could cite them along with me. CSU Forward is more than a plan. It's a call to action. It implores us to serve as one, an even more powerful engine of social and economic mobility. 2, to achieve and maintain sustainable affordability. 3, to become the employer of choice in public higher education. And 4, to broaden the CSU's statewide impact. Now, why do I feel compelled to so frequently remind all of us of these objectives? Perhaps more importantly, why do I insist that the Chancellor's office staff, and they hear it all the time, always explain how our work advances these objectives? It is much more than simply adding a cover slide to a presentation or another couple of paragraphs to a script. It's no small thing. In a sense, it's everything. The exercise of being disciplined and taking the time to discuss how our work aligns to the pillars of our strategic plan is designed to eliminate siloed thinking. It invites us all to see how seemingly distinct or isolated efforts can work together in service of a bigger vision. It prompts us to consider connection points, opportunities for collaboration, or new ways to leverage the systemness that is the CSU's superpower. Above all, it requires us to be more intentional about our work, to reflect upon whom we are serving and why. I think this is especially important with work that we have done for years as a matter of course. It forces us to stop doing things simply because it's the way we've always done things. And it makes us ask, are there aspects of the work that can be scaled or expanded? Just as critical, are there aspects that are duplicative or no longer in service of our priorities and can be discarded, paused, consolidated, or reinvented? With limited resources, we must move forward with no wasted action. I will continue to hold my team accountable to this exercise as I ask you, the board, to hold me accountable to CSU's forward call. And I hope that this explanation was helpful, especially to our new board members, and informs our deliberation and debate of the items presented to us for consideration or action. And as usual, this week's agenda from beginning to end is replete with consequential, mission-critical items. Take, for example, our presentation on strategic enrollment management, number 1, and our operating budget plan, number 2. Those are CSU forward. And 2 and 3 for budget plan, and 4 will be addressed in the update on advocacy and state relations and the CSU's effort to strengthen tribal relations statewide, including the status of our ongoing work to fulfill our moral and legal obligations under NAPRA and CalNAPRA. And regarding this last item, I want to recognize Sacramento State President Luke Wood, who has accepted my appointment to serve as the CSU's next presidential advisor for tribal relations, a position that President Tomas Morales has served with great distinction for many years, and a position he will continue to hold until Cal State Bernardino's next president assumes office. Thank you. Indeed, President Wood has big shoes to fill, but he has already demonstrated his heart for this important work. He has made great strides toward full and respectful NAPRA and CalNAPRA compliance, and the university's Wulitu Native American College is the first of its kind and a model for equipping Native American students with culturally relevant knowledge and skills to become leaders within their communities and beyond. Once again, thanks to both President Morales and President Wood for taking on this essential and critically important work. I'll close my remarks today with just a few highlights of the many ways in which the objectives of CSU Forward continue to be advanced across the system outside of the items that appear on this meeting's agenda. I have mentioned many times, including just a few minutes ago, that leveraging the CSU systemness is essential to realizing our full promise and potential. In June, 4 projects were selected as winners of our first regional pitch contest, announced last fall as a strategy to accelerate collaboration in alignment with CSU Forward. The winning projects are truly exceptional and innovative exemplars of the power of systemness. Each received a well-deserved $100,000 to be applied toward implementation. The winning proposals include the following: a partnership to pilot a regional recruitment model to connect students with alumni and employers across the Southern California region. The initiative will target more than 250,000 students across all 10 CSU campuses in that region. Second, a new model of inter-campus degree partnership among Channel Islands, Dominguez Hills, Fullerton, Los Angeles, Pomona, and San Marcos that will allow students to access courses, faculty expertise, and academic pathways across a regional network. Third is a regional talent network among Bakersfield, Fresno, Monterey Bay, and San Luis Obispo that expands access to internships and early career opportunities across participating campuses, focusing initially on careers in agriculture, food systems, energy, and clear technology. And fourth, a course exchange across our Northern California campuses will reduce the administrative, housing, and transportation barriers that can make it challenging for students to take courses at other CSU campuses that count toward their degree. I applaud these outstanding examples of regional collaboration, as well as every team that submitted a proposal. I have only skimmed the surface of this innovative work and encourage you to visit the news section of calstate.edu for more details. Again, let's congratulate and give them a round of applause. In addition to collaboration among our campuses, answering the call of CSU Forward also requires collaboration across sectors. Last month, Vice Chancellor Dilcy Perez was sworn in to serve as my designee on the newly formed California Education Interagency Council established by Governor Newsom. This new council represents California's commitment to bring leaders together across education, workforce development, business, and government to better align our systems so that every Californian has a clear pathway from education to opportunity. I can think of no better opportunity to help the CSU promise and to make it a reality. And I can think of no better leader to represent the CSU in this effort. Mil gracias, Vice Chancellor Perez, and please keep us updated on this important work. And while I'm on the topic of the CSU promise, I want to commend Vice Chancellor Gonzalez, his team, and all those across the system working so hard to ensure that we develop degree types that are aligned with targeted career goals, reduce time to completion, and offer streamlined access to economic and social mobility. Now, to those who might suggest that this cheapens or vocationalizes our academic program, I would say emphatically that this is a bold and innovative strategy to meet the moment that Chair Rambola so eloquently described in his report. It adds value to our degrees as students, families, and leaders across the nation unite in their demand for increased value in higher education, while we educate our students to think, enter meaningful careers through achieving these degrees at our wonderful campuses. And I repeat, CSU Forward's call to reimagine our work and to constantly question the way we've always done things. Finally, we recognize that to achieve and sustain affordability, we must continue to grow mission-aligned revenue outside of our state allocation and tuition. This, of course, includes philanthropic support. Each year, the Council of Advancement and Support of Education, better known as CASE, presents its Circle of Excellence Award to showcase exceptional achievement in advancement that transform lives and positively impacts institutions and their communities. This year, 9 CSU campuses were recognized with this prestigious honor, and they are San Jose, San Diego, Los Angeles, each winning an award. Fresno, Long Beach, San Bernardino, and Chico each won 2. And San Marcos and San Luis Obispo were honored with 3 awards. Felicidades. Congratulations to all our awardees with outstanding work. But I'm not finished. The Chancellor's Office was also honored, receiving an award in the Leadership and Talent Management category. But while the Chancellor's Office might be the name engraved on the award, the true and deserving winner is seated to my left, Trustee Wenda Fong, and also her husband, Daniel Federle. Yes, in its first year existence, the Trustee Wenda Fong and Daniel Federle Staff Award is itself an award winner. Congratulations. So congratulations and felicidades, Trustee Fong, and please pass my congratulations along to Dan as well. We are so grateful for your vision, generosity at heart, and for creating an award that not only recognizes the outstanding work of our CSU staff members, but also affirms what matters most in our system, the impact our people have on students' lives, and our shared responsibility to support their success. Mil gracias. And on that extremely positive note, I end my report, Chair Rambola.
Thank you, Chancellor. I'm going to look around to the board. This tells me that we're supposed to take a break. We also have 2 committees left, and I think we can just get through our committees. Yeah, great. Okay, with that, welcome back. We are going to move to the business of committees. Trustee Rodriguez, will you please convene the Committee on Audit?
Do we need to take a break, Chair? No, we're good? Okay. we might need to take a break. I'm going to speak slowly. First, I would love to thank you, Chair Arambula, and I want to congratulate you for chairship. We are absolutely in good hands with your leadership. And I know that the Central Valley is very, very proud. So I want to thank you for stepping up, and I look forward to your tenure. I also want to thank former trustee and audit committee chair Chris Steinhauser. He was just such an incredible chair for audit committee, and I just really loved working in partnership with him. And I know we'll see him later tonight too. Will the Committee on Audit please come to order? Today, the committee has 2 items on the consent agenda. Audit and Advisory Services has remained very active since our last board meeting, and Agenda Item 2 highlights recent activities and progress on key milestones and ongoing initiatives. I also want to thank Trustee Adamson for taking time to meet with Vice Chancellor Marinescu and myself prior to today's meeting, and thank you so much, Vlad, for always keeping us informed and always being just so prepared to answer our questions, and not just in meeting time, but also those emails that you get. You're just so prompt in that. We appreciate the committee's continued engagement and support as we work to strengthen the governance, accountability, and risk management across the CSU system. It is now time to consider today's consent agenda. Does anyone on the committee wish to remove an item for separate discussion? Okay. Is there any objection to the approval of the consent agenda? Hearing none, the consent agenda is approved. Chair Arambula, I like saying that. This concludes the business of the Committee on Audit.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. Trustee Adamson, will you please convene the Committee on Campus Planning, Buildings, and Grounds?
Thank you, Chair Arambula. Will the meeting of the Committee on Campus Planning, Buildings, and Grounds please come to order? It is now time for the committee to consider today's consent agenda. Does any committee member wish to remove an item for specific discussion? May I have a motion to approve all items listed on the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second. Is there a second? Okay, second. Are there any questions or comments from the board? If not, all in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The items listed on the consent agenda are approved. The item 3 is an information item on the review of student housing costs for construction. Before we get into Paul's presentation, let me just comment that over the past several years, this committee has reviewed projects, particularly housing projects, where costs per door, bed, or per square foot rates have escalated substantially. At rates or costs which seem to be greater than overall industry rates in other housing segments. This past year, Chancellor's staff has been asked to begin a comprehensive review of our overall methodologies, our designs, our standards, and our requirements that have impact on those costs. This afternoon, we will hear from Paul Gano on the AVC for capital planning, design, and construction to review their findings and recommendations moving forward. This timing is particularly relevant as we see our inclusion for the first time in a decade in a proposed state housing bond that will be put before the voters later this year. And we're obligated to ensure that if these dollars arrive, that they are spent effectively so that these limited funds can be stretched to their full benefit. And remember that CSU housing construction costs directly impact our students and their cost of attendance for those that rely on housing within our campuses. This time, Paul Gano, Assistant Vice Chancellor of Capital Planning, Design and Construction, will you please begin?
Thank you, Trustee Adamson. In response to your request for a presentation on this topic, today we bring you a review of the cost of construction for CSU student housing projects. As we know, student housing is more than a capital asset. It supports student success, provides affordable housing options, and helps campuses meet enrollment and retention goals. As construction costs, as you mentioned, have increased significantly in recent years, we undertook a review to better understand cost drivers and identify opportunities to deliver more housing with our available resources. Today's presentation provides a high-level overview of our review of student housing construction costs across the CSU. The goal of the work is to better understand the factors contributing to rising housing construction costs and to identify opportunities to reduce those costs while continuing to deliver safe, accessible, durable, and high-quality facilities for our students. This work is directly connected to the CSU strategic plan. By lowering housing costs for students, total cost of attendance can be impacted, supporting sustainable affordability for students living on campus. I'll share a summary of the findings of an independent peer review that examined the primary drivers of student housing construction costs. Then we'll discuss the recommendations and next steps that we are pursuing to help campuses make informed, value-driven decisions in the planning, design, and construction of future student housing projects. The purpose of this review was not simply to compare construction costs. We also wanted to understand where there are opportunities to reduce costs while continuing to provide housing that supports students and performs over a long ownership period. This review was conducted by capital planning, design, and construction staff in coordination with architects, structural engineers, mechanical engineers, and cost professionals. A targeted peer review and comparative analysis of 2 representative CSU student housing projects from different geographical regions was conducted. The objective was to identify design-related factors, programmatic decisions, building characteristics, campus and CSU standards, procurement conditions, and other project requirements that may contribute to cost differences between CSU student housing projects and comparable privately developed student-oriented housing projects. While we will cover some highlights here, the report and additional details are provided in the board item. The consultant's review produced several important conclusions. First, neither of the projects studied contained a single design feature or decision that independently explains the overall cost difference between CSU housing projects and comparable private sector developments. Second, the most significant finding was the cumulative effect of multiple requirements and expectations. CSU projects are often influenced by system-wide standards, campus standards, public sector delivery requirements, operational objectives, and project-specific decisions. And while each of these may have a modest individual impact, together they can materially affect project cost. Third, the study found that planning efficiency and building systems can have a measurable influence on cost. Decisions related to building configuration, corridor width, residential yield, and mechanical systems often have a greater impact than individual finish or material selections. Some cost differences are the result of intentional choices that support long-term ownership, accessibility, maintainability, resiliency, and operational performance. As a long-term owner, CSU evaluates projects differently than a private developer whose investment horizon might be considerably shorter. Finally, the consultant concluded that opportunities exist to reduce costs through greater standardization, improved planning efficiency, earlier evaluation of alternatives, and targeted review of selected standards and requirements. These opportunities can help reduce costs while maintaining the quality, safety, and long-term value expected of CSU student housing projects. When comparing CSU student housing projects to private sector developments, it's important to recognize that the objectives can be fundamentally different. Private developers may evaluate projects based on an investment returns over a relatively short ownership period, maybe 7 to 15 years. Their focus is understandably on maximizing return on investment and controlling initial construction cost. The CSU approaches student housing from a slightly different perspective. Our objective is to provide safe, accessible, affordable housing that supports student success and can be effectively operated and maintained for decades. As you know, many of our residence halls remain in service for 40, 50, or even 60 years. That longer ownership horizon influences decisions regarding building systems, materials, durability, maintainability, and resiliency. While some of these choices may increase initial construction costs, they can reduce future repair, replacement, and operating expenses over the life of the facility. The comparison isn't intended to suggest that CSUs should accept higher costs wherever they occur. Rather, it helps us distinguish between costs that are driven by mission-related and long-term stewardship consideration and costs that may represent opportunities for improvement. We want to identify those opportunities and help ensure that future student housing projects deliver the greatest value to students in the university. We looked at 3 categories of costs. Legislative, about which there is some we can do but little we can do. Policy related, which we can further analyze and revisit, and design related. Again, there are more examples in the item, but I want to briefly highlight a few now. As we've discussed many times previously, the CSU is subject to prevailing wage laws. Privately developed student housing and other market rate housing is not. This is a significant cost driver. The CSU, along with other public facilities, have accessibility-related requirements that are more stringent than those that apply to private construction. These can cause costs to be higher than private development. CSU has a very well-developed seismic program. There are instances in which our goals related to student safety and preservation of property lead us to build what we consider to be Well, I'm glad while I was talking about our seismic program, it wasn't an earthquake. So thank goodness for that. Knock on wood. CSU has a very well-developed seismic program. There are instances in which our goals related to student safety and preservation of property lead us to build what we consider to be safer, more resilient buildings than may be required in the private sector. We also build with a focus on energy efficiency and sustainability. Our current policy requires us to exceed the basic energy and sustainability standards included in the building code. This can help with total life cycle costs. It moves us toward our greenhouse gas emissions goals and addresses the sustainability concerns many of our students have. Wow. This can help with, our energy, exceeding the energy code can help with total life cycle costs. It can move us toward our greenhouse gas emissions goals and address the sustainability concerns of many of our students. That said, recognizing that these policies drive costs, we're taking a close look to ensure that the policies are written and implemented in a way that best supports sustainable affordability for our students. Finally, we have design-related costs. These are costs related to decisions made during the development phase of projects. We looked at several programmatic-related decisions in the study. 2 examples of those decisions are corridor width and the integration of student spaces. Some of our housing projects construct slightly wider corridors than required by code. For example, code may require a 5-foot corridor, and the university may choose to build to 6-foot width. This helps keep corridor walls in good shape during move-in and move-out, and can make hallway space feel more open and comfortable. However, it results in a slightly larger building footprint, which adds to cost. Another example is the integration of student support-focused spaces in housing. Study lounges, community kitchens, and classrooms are sometimes integrated into housing projects. These can add costs, but can also enhance the student experience and can support the important goals of retention, persistence, and better general outcomes that we hope students gain from living in student housing. As I mentioned in the discussion on key findings, none of these items in and of itself explain the cost differences we're discussing. These items, along with others, though, when layered together, can materially impact construction costs. The consultant's work gives us a clear roadmap for future action. We will review CSU and campus standards through a student housing lens. The study identified a number of standards and requirements that may provide value in some situations, but could potentially be applied differently in student housing projects. Our objective is not to reduce quality, safety, or performance, but rather to ensure that requirements are aligned with the operational needs and affordability goals of student housing. The Chancellor's Office will increase its involvement during the earliest stages of housing project development. Many of the most significant cost drivers identified in the study, such as building configuration, corridor width, residential yield, and occupancy programming, are established early in the planning process. Earlier engagement will allow the Chancellor's Office to evaluate alternatives before major design decisions are locked in. We will require earlier evaluation of major building systems and design alternatives. For example, future projects will more rigorously compare mechanical system options, planning efficiency, and building configuration alternatives during concept development so that campuses can better understand both first cost and long-term operational implications before selecting a preferred approach. We will also continue expanding the use of benchmarking and lessons learned from completed projects. By comparing cost efficiency and performance across projects, we can identify best practices and help campuses make more informed decisions throughout project development. Taken together, these actions are intended to improve cost discipline, increase housing production capacity, and maximize the value of available funding while maintaining the quality and durability expected of CSU student housing. Student housing remains an important investment in student success, affordability, and access. This review provides valuable insight into the factors driving construction cost and identifies opportunities to improve efficiency in future projects. As we move forward, our goal is to deliver safe, accessible, affordable student housing while ensuring responsible stewardship of CSU resources. Trustee Adamson, that concludes the presentation, and I'm available to answer questions.
Thank you, Paul. Does any trustee have questions? Trustee McGorry.
I just want to applaud the Chancellor's Office and Paul for taking this study on. We keep asking these questions about costs, and sometimes we get good answers, sometimes we get fuzzy answers, and I think probably it's because of a lack of information. And I think this study should produce that. It's for people like me in the private sector who are building apartments at $375 a foot, and I see these projects coming in at $700, $800 a foot. It doesn't make any sense at all. And the more we can drive down these costs, the better off the benefit is to our students. And one thing I just want to emphasize to the presidents is that the architects get involved in this early on, and they want to design the Taj Mahal. They're looking for an architect's award down the road or something. And that's not something we should be paying for. We should have really good-looking buildings, but they should be efficient. They should be functional, and we should have a real high efficiency ratio in terms of the use of the space. Sometimes I go on our campuses and I look at these buildings and I see this like open space parks underneath roofs, and I go, well, who's paying for all that? We're paying for it, and that's why a lot of times these costs come in so high. I would recommend at the end of the study that you have a square foot goal for our housing building, so we know when you come back in here what the square footage cost is going to be, instead of these very broad variances that we see from campus to campus. And it will put the architects under the gun to deliver, along with the contractors, projects that we can afford. And the more we drive these costs down, the more housing we can provide, and the more housing we can provide at a lower cost to benefit our students. So we look forward to the results of the study, and thank you for taking it on.
Thank you.
Trustee Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just, actually, Trustee McGorry answered my question. I've been on the board not that long, but long enough that trustees at various times have asked for this type of information. And sometimes we literally would be met with silence. And so I want to say thank you to the Chancellor, to the Chancellor's leadership, and also to the Chair and Vice Chair of this committee to have it made clear as to what the drivers are in terms of the cost of these. I think it's vital to our oversight responsibility, and I just want to say thank you for staying on this and moving it forward.
Thank you. Chancellor?
Why don't you go Carson first? I'll go last.
Okay. Carson?
Yeah, thank you again. As a upcoming professional in the affordable housing space now, this is right up my alley. So I'm eating up this study, and I'm looking forward to all it has to bring. One thing I have a question on is what has been the preliminary findings on? There's some more on state subsidies, tax credits, that type of thing. What has kind of been the what have we seen so far in some of our projects?
We haven't used really tax credits in any of our public student housing. So the student housing that we build, we did have a pretty successful program with the Higher Education Student Housing Grant Program. We got about $667 million in grant funding from the state. We paired that with about another $650 million from the CSU, and we're able to build quite a few beds with that. And the nice thing about that program was most of those beds, the part that were funded with the grant program, were required to be at rates that were below 30% at 50% of the area median income. So those are affordable beds, affordable by the technical definition. Yeah, right.
Trustee Evans?
Thank you for the report, and also thank you for the leadership on bringing this forward. I want to just kind of double click on Trustee McGrory's comments around trying to come up with a framework for thinking about cost per square foot, and I would add to that also time, because one thing I didn't see here in a cost driver is just the length of time that it takes for some of these projects to come to fruition, which definitely drives up costs. And so I think as we think about what can be done with limited resources, really looking at the cost and then the time to get something done. And I think those two working together can really start to help us figure out ways to really drive down the cost and bring more units online. And I would also echo that, love all of our architects, and I'm sure we're training many. And they sometimes are working for different purposes than what we're trying to do in terms of serving more students with housing. And so having someone that's really at the front end focused on the cost issue in collaboration with the architect to make sure that is kind of front and center as the design is happening can also really contribute to helping us to bring some of the cost down, because we're just never going to be able to catch up if we're spending this kind of money on per unit housing. We have to figure out how to bend the cost curve. So thank you so much for leading on this and this information.
Yeah, thanks for those comments. We're hoping to use the study, as somewhat of a guideline to when we start projects. We can meet with the university housing folks and say, hey, here's some lessons learned. Try not to do these things unless there's a good life cycle cost analysis payoff, right? Maybe we use a different HVAC system. It's not the lowest first cost, but over the life of the building, which could be 40, 50 years for us, it has a better operational cost. And then to your time comment, a lot of our projects actually talk in terms of, how much a week costs in inflation, right? So we think if this project goes on another week, what's our inflation pressure? So those are two great points, and we're trying to focus on those. So thanks for that.
Thank you, Trustee Evans. And we are absolutely been talking about focusing architects at the front end of the project to a budget design, instead of a design and then establishing what the budget that comes out of it, which I think is the wrong way to approach a project. So, Chancellor? Oh, no, Chair.
Well, and I'm not sure then to whom my question is directed. Is that something that we could, as a board, take on as a policy, as a set of direction? Because I certainly agree that our primary goal is to create safe,
affordable, long-lasting housing, and that won't always mean that it's going to come in at $375 a square foot with different conditions and different choices, and yet it can certainly come in lower than it currently is. So is that the goal of this, Larry, that we're looking to have a number, a target that any number above that that someone would need to sign off on?
I'm not sure it's a number target as much as a process target. What's the process of evaluation that we go through? That's what Paul and I have been talking about, and ensuring that in each of these projects, we follow that framework or that process. I think it's a little unfair to do a number because you have conditions. If you're building on the side of a hill versus building on flat land, if you're building, pardon?
That labs.
Yeah, and so I think we got to be careful there. But I think what we did find, in my mind, which Paul and I've talked about for the last year, is how much has there been creep? I call it creep, or it's overlays on top of overlays as buildings get designed. And you saw in some of the reference here where we're building way beyond standards that don't really make a lot of sense at this point in time. Maybe 10 years ago they did because the standard wasn't where it needed to be. But as building codes and standards have improved, do we still need to be 26% over that standard? So I think that's some of the ways that we can pull dollars out of these projects. And again, every dollar that we spend or every dollar that we can stretch means more housing for our students, and it lowers the cost of their housing admission. Chancellor?
Yeah, I just wanted to be last because I like to always go back to what I said in my comments. How does this connect with CSU Forward? And I am the chief reminder officer, so I want to bring it back because affordable housing does connect to social and economic mobility, which is number one, and number two, affordability. So that's why I always want us to be cognizant that everything we do is being reconnected to CSU Forward and where we put our funds and why. And I love what the trustees are saying, that we have to really be careful and be cognizant for every dollar we spend, if we could save that money, more housing for our students. So thank you.
I think Trustee Gallarducci has...
Just a quick question. Are we still, I know we were doing this before, but the public-private partnerships with regards to building housing, are we still doing that?
Paul, why don't you comment?
We are from time to time. We just did a fairly successful project at Sac State somewhat recently. One of the benefits that comes out of a public-private partnership a lot of times is access to capital, and we have really good access to low-cost capital. The other benefit of a public-private partnership, depending on how it's structured and where the property is and what the contribution of state funds is sometimes they don't involve prevailing wage. And we didn't go into a lot of detail in today's report because we've talked about that before, but prevailing wage of all the things we found is, by far the highest driver of the difference between private and public construction costs.
Yeah, on that, is it always at prevailing wage, or does Davis-Bacon sort of format fill in here, or can we find a way to try to get a common ground on that that's close?
If we're using state funds, if there is unless it's de minimis, it's really hard for us to get past the de minimis or below the de minimis threshold. It's prevailing wage. So it's if we build it ourselves, for sure, there's no way we can get out of prevailing wage. And the public-private partnership, some of those end up being prevailing wage too. Not all of them, but some of them. So, but the cost of capital, we can really beat them in the lending costs. So it's kind of a analysis we have to do at every project we look at.
Any other questions? Not appearing, that concludes the business of the committee.
Thank you, Chair Adamson. And with that, we conclude today's business. The board will reconvene tomorrow morning promptly at 9 a.m. here in the Dumke. Thank you and have a great night.
Alumni ready to power California's economy and fill critical areas such as teaching, health services, and engineering. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Commencement is the joyous culmination of an educational dream for students and all those who supported them. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU congratulates the class of 2026. More than 100,000 students received degrees from our universities this spring in fields ranging from cinematic arts to mechanical engineering. Offering degrees as diverse as our students, the CSU provides students of all ages and backgrounds with life-changing opportunities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. About 65% of our undergrads finish with no student debt. Each graduate is a success story, representing the best of what the CSU provides, a top-tier education and a promising path forward. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Our campuses consistently rank highly in national indexes for best value, educational quality, and social mobility. Our newest graduates will join 4 million plus alumni ready to power California's economy and fill critical areas such as teaching, health services, and engineering. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Commencement is the joyous culmination of an educational dream for students and all those who supported them. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU congratulates the class of 2026. More than 100,000 students received degrees from our universities this spring in fields ranging from cinematic arts to mechanical engineering. Offering degrees as diverse as our students, the CSU provides students of all ages and backgrounds with life-changing opportunities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. About 65% of our undergrads finish with no student debt. Each graduate is a success story, representing the best of what the CSU provides, a top-tier education and a promising path forward. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Our campuses consistently rank highly in national indexes for best value, educational quality, and social mobility. Our newest graduates will join 4 million plus alumni ready to power California's economy and fill critical areas such as teaching, health services, and engineering. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Commencement is the joyous culmination of an educational dream for students and all those who supported them. Congratulations, graduates, on all that you have achieved and all that you will. We can't wait to see what you'll accomplish. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU congratulates the class of 2026. More than 100,000 students received degrees from our universities this spring in fields ranging from cinematic arts to mechanical engineering. Offering degrees as diverse as our students, the CSU provides students of all ages and backgrounds with life-changing opportunities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. A degree from the CSU is one of the most affordable in the country. About 65% of our undergrads finish with no student debt.